and I would ask no spoilers from the community as well. So I'm not going to talk about SmackDown. I'm not going to say what went down or anything like that, right? So it does sort of make this hour before a little bit confusing because obviously there's certain things we can't really touch on. There's certain things that we can touch on. I'm going to have to do what I did last time, which is I might know more than I'm able to let on. So, yeah, I'm very conscious of not giving away any spoilers or anything like that. We can talk about, well, you can talk about whatever you want. We can talk about whatever you want, right? I'll just have to try and... I'll just have to try. And if you want to talk about like Raw, if you want to talk about some of the rumors, if you want to talk about Alexa, you know, anything that's kind of been doing the rounds, we can do that. I don't know. Balls in your court, right? Balls in your court. So what we will do though is we'll start with what we always start with, and that is by breaking down the preview of what's actually on this show. So if you go to WWE.com, there's only 4 things listed. So it is Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, CM Punk. They're going to be in a promo segment. Jade Cargill is going to be in action against Liv Morgan. Braun Strowman is going to be locking up with Jacob Fatu. And Zelina Vega is going to be taking on Piper Niven of the Green Regime. We were talking about that earlier. I've never heard the Green Regime before. That's the first time I've ever heard her group kind of referred to as that. So I don't know if that is... I get a screenshot of that, actually. Of all the videos that I've seen, I don't think I've ever seen a video where it is described as the Green Regime. Is that the name of the faction? Or is that just something that some flipping jobber at WWE.com has come up with and it's not like the official name? I don't know. But Zelina Vega takes on Piper Niven of the Green Regime. So that's it. That's it for the official preview. Nathan said, I've got Star Trek on. I do that every Friday before SmackDown. What Star Trek is it, Nathan? Next Gen, what is it? Kader. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. We never spoke about that in the last one, so we can touch on that. I do have some thoughts on this, actually. Let's put it in and press play. Here we go.
Kader Finley. Dave's thoughts on Jon Moxley nail spot.
So, the Jon Moxley spike spot from AEW. We kind of briefly touched on it at the Wrestling Escape Pods. And I've got a little bit of a different opinion to other people. I feel like the masses are horrified by it. I feel like the masses, that's certainly the big reaction I saw, was people being like, this isn't wrestling, this is sadistic, and all stuff like that. And I think I've got a different sort of take on it because I don't watch AEW, so it doesn't really matter to me what happens on that show because I'm not watching it anyway. And so I looked at it and I first of all, I thought fair play, right? Fair play, because that clearly hurt and that clearly was embedded in his skin. And I know that you can, to some extent, make it so that it's not gonna, paralyze him. I know, everyone knows about little tricks, like with tables, you kind of can pre-cut them so that they'll break easier. Or ladders, sometimes they're made out of wood, not steel, so they break easier. They're just painted so they look like they're wood. Like, there's things you can do. Shaving chairs down. Whoever heard of that? I'd never even heard of that. Shaving a chair down. So, but apparently you can do that as well. So I don't know what you can do to a spike like that to kind of minimize the potential damage. Maybe you can round the spike bits off a little bit. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know what you can do, but I would have to think that there was a degree of health and safety that looked into it. There was a degree of someone saying, right, you can do this. Like, certain things are going to be acceptable. Certain things are not going to be acceptable. I really don't think the network's going to allow just any random spikes to be used on someone. I think there's going to have been a degree of sign off, a degree of kind of health and safety that have kind of put that together. There's no way that happened and Tony was not aware of it. Tony will have been aware of it. And I've got to think that that was such a big spot and it was such a big moment that they really kind of sat down and worked through it. At least I'd like to think that, right? So my opinion on it is that it looked horrific. I wonder if in reality it was a little more controlled than what people maybe think, because I don't know that the network wants someone to get paralyzed on their network, right? And that's the kind of thing that can get your whole show kind of kicked off a network. Like, you could say, yes, they would be stupid enough to do that. I would like to think they wouldn't be stupid enough to do that. I'd like to think there was a degree of professionalism, a degree of health and safety, and ensuring that this thing was delivered as safely as possible, right? As safely as you could possibly do. Could stuff still have gone wrong? Absolutely. Of course it could. Right? You're never going to eliminate risk completely, but can you minimize risk? Yeah, I mean, this is where you paint ladders. This is where you shave down chairs. This is where you pre-cut tables. Like, I sort of feel with an item like that, I don't know what you would do to it. I can't say I've seen it before, but I feel like there's probably something you could do to just reduce the risk. Take the risk down to, like, him being paralyzed or that spike going straight through into his body. Like, I don't know what it is. I can't sit here and give you the answer, but I'd like to think there was a degree of professionalism to ensure that what we saw was as bad as it was ever going to be, right? But even with as bad as it was, people were like, this is too far, this is sadistic, and all of that kind of stuff. There are people out there that really enjoy hardcore wrestling. There's people out there that love ECW, CZW, and that was very much for that market. That was very much for them. And, you know, this is the company that's given you a syringe in the mouth. This is the company that, you know, has really pushed kind of those barriers. This is the company that's, like, suffocated someone with a bag. This is a company that has shown that they are willing to go to those lengths. And I don't think they're ashamed of going to those lengths. I don't think the syringe moment or the suffocating with the bag moment, that might have horrified people, but that wasn't a moment that I think AEW have looked at and gone, oh, we need to walk back from this. That was too far. I think they've actually looked at it and gone, what should we do next? What should we do next? And even after this spike moment, I don't think AEW are going to walk back from it. That is who this company is. So I think if you don't like that, you need to be aware that when there's a street fight, when there's something along those lines, they're going to go to those lengths. They've done it in the past. They did it again this week. They're going to go to those lengths. And if you don't like it, I would say don't watch, right? Don't watch those moments, like click off, because they'll go to those lengths. And I don't think they're ashamed to go there. If it's not for you, which I can understand, that's really not going to be to everyone's taste, then, as I said, if you get to a street fight, if you get to a hardcore match, turn it off. Turn it off. How do I feel about it? I wasn't a fan of the syringe. I wasn't a fan of the being choked with a bag. I can't say I was a big fan of the spike in the back, but I don't know. I don't watch AEW anyway, so I sort of feel like it ain't really for me to say. It's maybe a disappointing answer. I know that some people would be way more satisfied with me going, it's trash, it's garbage, it's indie wrestling. But I think they sort of look at indie wrestling as a world that has kind of bred them, you know? This isn't WWE. It's not meant to be WWE. I think it does borrow from indie wrestling. I think it always has. And yeah, I think this is CZW. I think this is GCW. I think this is a moment where they try to get a little closer to that. And so I think that's just in their DNA as to who they are. And if they're going to do a street fight, they're going to push it to the extreme. They're going to go to those lengths. So yeah, for me, I can't say that I was like appalled by it or angry at it or offended by it or anything along those lines. I looked at it as something that I I didn't really feel like it was for me. I kind of saw the backlash to it. I could understand why people felt that way. But this is the same company that's giving you a syringe in the mouth, the choking of a bag over the head. Like, I can't say that I was that shocked that they kind of went to a level like that, So that was my take on it anyway. That was my take on it. Not massively surprised that AEW once again go to that sort of length. And spoiler, I think they'll do it again in the future with something else. So, real glass. Real glass. Remember that moment? We tried to we tried to trash a rent-a-car with real glass. And CM Punk's like, this is stupid. You're going to actually hurt yourself. And they were like, we don't care. Because I think they are inspired by CCW and GCW and all of those indie promotions that do that kind of thing. Wrestling Days said this is the watch along for the USA Network airing. Yeah, I think people know that now. We can undo that. Right, Modo. I mean, what I will say, just to wrap up on that, if you was appalled by it, I get it. I understand. I get it. If you liked it, I get it. I understand. I get it. Like, I can sort of see both sides. There are people that love GCW, CZW. There are people that love seeing flipping fluorescent lights being used as weapons and barbed wire and all that kind of stuff, I mean, I sort of feel like this was the reaction people probably had when they saw someone getting tangled up in barbed wire and barbed wire ripping them to shreds. We're a little bit desensitized to that now because we've seen it so many times. This is something we haven't seen, right? So this is like a new shock. But yeah, I can't say I was massively surprised.
Ditto. You must be having a laugh, the Green regime. What are the nonsense? Are they going to think of a Chelsea Green? Can't you just be a U.S. jumping on Defender title like a proper champion?
Yeah, the Green regime. Well, I mean, look, she's a comedy character and she's got a comedy setup with Slagent P and Slagent A. So, I mean, there's so much that they've got that's kind of comedy anyway at the moment. Calling them collectively the Green regime is maybe not to everyone's taste, but I don't know. It's just sort of they're a comedy group, aren't they? I mean, we watched them on Tuesday as she was defending against Sol Ruka on NXT, and like you've got Alba Fire going in, patting down the referee, patting down Mike Rome, the ring announcer, making sure it was safe for Chelsea to get in the ring. So I don't know. I don't know if that is going to be their name, but I could see them running with it if it is. Wrestling Proud, shout out to you.
You should have seen the last one. The suplex to the spikes. Ouch.
Brutal. Regan.
Could paralyzed him though days.
Well, it could have paralyzed him, but that is a risk that he is willing to take, isn't it? I mean, that wasn't surprised on him. It's not like he got slammed onto that thing and he was not aware it was going to happen. Like, they would have discussed it before. It was such a big moment, a big spot, that it would have been brought up as part of the producing of the match. And I would like to think that a segment of that magnitude would have been discussed with Tony Khan. Like, it wouldn't just be the Moxley, Cope, and the producer of the match, whoever that was. I would like to think it wasn't just something they sorted amongst themselves. I would like to think a spot of that magnitude would have been run past Tony. Tony, I would like to think, would have had some health and safety people involved to, as I said, have reduced the risk. You're never going to take the risk down to zero, but you can do stuff to reduce risk. You know, I mean, I don't know if you saw that Maven video where he spoke about commentary tables and how they have in the past had airbags hidden in them, so that if you take a big bump onto a commentary table, something like off the Hell in a Cell, like Shane at WrestleMania 32, an airbag would be deployed, or there would be like a crash mat hidden under there to kind of minimize the blow. Now with this, it's difficult to say exactly what they did to ensure that it was safe. I mean, it was still all kind of caught up in his skin. So, I mean, but saying that, you've got barbed wire. We know what they do with barbed wire. Actually, in that same video, Maven said they cut the barbs down and then they fold them over. So it's real barbed wire, but it is the risk is greatly reduced. So with this, I don't know what they would do to reduce the risk, but I feel like there's something that would be done to make sure that he isn't paralyzed. I mean, Tony's not going to want that. Jon Moxley's not going to want that. The network's not going to want that. So you wouldn't really do a spot like that unless everyone was happy with it. It was signed off by everyone. Everyone was aware of the risk, and the risk had been reduced to the lowest level possible. I mean, that is the professional way that you would do a spot like that, is that everyone's on board with it. No one's going to be surprised by it. Everyone has signed it off, and the risk, you've discussed ways of making that. You want the spot to look as good as possible, but you want the risk reduced to as little risk as possible. And so if they managed to get to that point, and I'd like to think that they had, then, you know, you do the spot, it looks horrific, but, you know, the secrets of the industry are that he was, you know, that was as bad as it was ever going to be, because they'd found a way of making that as bad as it was ever going to be. And listen, at the end of the day, it was his risk to take. He knew he was going to do it. He knew he wanted to do it. And he wanted to do it. That was the risk he wanted to take. He felt that he needed to do that to elevate this match. And that was his risk. So for me, like, I'm not going to be upset on his behalf when he was the one that wanted to take that risk. I mean, I don't feel sorry for him. I don't feel sorry for Jon Moxley. He will have been a part of, like, putting that match together. He will have signed off on doing that spot. You can say it's stupid. You can say that he's got, a lack of common sense. Or you can say, I would not have put myself in that situation. But this is why I don't see him coming back to WWE. Because I think he loves this. That's what he loves. He loves shocking people in that way. You know, he loves putting glass in people's mouths and then, like, kicking them in the face, you know? He loves being planted onto a bed of barbed wire. Jon Moxley, to me, is someone that is a hardcore wrestler, right? Someone that would have been in ECW, but he wants to make as much money as possible, and he knows that if he stayed in the hardcore wrestling world, the money isn't there. The amount of eyes and the amount of money you can make in hardcore wrestling is minuscule compared to what you could make as an AEW superstar. So I think he's trying to find the balance of, I want to do this stuff, but I do want to get that AEW paycheck as well. And so this is the balance. I'll do the normal matches. I'll do the Death Rider stuff. I'll be in a group and have normal matches. But I want to do these moments. I want these moments where it adds to my legacy and there's going to be like glass and it's going to be brutal and all that kind of stuff. And listen, it's down to if the audience want to see that. There's a good chunk of people that don't. There's a good chunk of people that were horrified by what they saw. I do think, though, and I'm not saying it's anyone here, but I do think some of the outrage you saw was tribalism. I do think some of the outrage you saw was WWE fans going, look at that garbage. Look at that indie garbage over there. But it's not that they genuinely felt that way. It's because it was AEW, and anything AEW does is going to get hated by certain fans. So this is just my honest opinion. My honest opinion is I don't feel sorry for him. He signed it off. It's something I think he wanted to do. We've seen these kind of spots in AEW before. Was there risk? Yes. But I would like to think there was adults in the room that made sure that risk had been minimized. Right, Aaron said, everyone respects Mick Foley and Terry Funk. I know that this is a new time, but I just respect John so much for doing it. The spike was gimmicked, and he was okay after. Yeah, I can't really sit here and say how it had been gimmicked. That would be interesting to learn one day. I don't know if the edges had been rounded off, and kind of maybe there was just the odd spike that was still kept sharp. But they were a little bit, I don't know, I'm trying to think, how would I gimmick it? Maybe I would have the majority of the spikes rounded, but just have the odd one that is not, so that it still gets caught up in the skin, but it can't really do much more. It can't really go in more than that, or something along those lines. I don't know. I would love to know how it was gimmicked. I mean, it looked horrific. And it did the rounds on social media, and everyone had an opinion on it. So, but again, I have to just repeat what I've said. If you don't like it, I get it. I really do. And if you like it, I get it. It's not really for me, but I get it either way.
Reagan. What I will say, they sprayed the spikes with antiseptic. Also, the way the bat was presented, it bent very easily.
Yeah, I'd be interested in the spikes as well as to what they did with that. I mean, if they sprayed it with antiseptic, cool. I mean, that would say to me that there was a degree of health and safety there. There was a degree of awareness that, you know, obviously they knew this spot was coming. So that's the only bit I think I differ with. I mean, I've seen a lot of backlash to it and everything. And that's it. I mean, I can't really add much more than that. I kind of see it from both sides, really. If you're in a situation like AEW are, where you probably need to make some noise, you need to get attention, you need people to be aware that you exist. That is a spot that's going to do the rounds. You know, people will show others and like, did you see this? Did you see what's going down in this company? There's a lot of people asking for the Attitude Era to come back. There's a lot of people that miss ECW. And I think, WWE aren't really scratching that itch. You're not going to get anything that brutal in WWE. WWE's family programming. So is there a gap in the market for AEW to position themselves as being a bit more extreme? You can still tune in and get normal matches, but there's going to be times where we do unsanctioned matches. There's going to be times where, you know, we've got this kind of more extreme stuff going on, and maybe they're just trying to tap into that so that they can get some of those fans that just aren't massively engaged in family-friendly content, and that's the content WWE provides. So it's very interesting, though. Very, very interesting. I was very interested in looking at the fallout of all of that. Lots of opinions online about it. Stuart? Here we go.
Stuart Reed. I get why people compare Mox to Foley and Funk, but you got to remember, people like Foley and Funk had the charisma to go with the hardcore style.
Yeah, I think it's you're just expanding a little there in regards to when people are comparing to Foley and Funk. I think they're probably talking more about the spots that they were involved in more than the characters. They're probably more referring to, you know, the times that barbed wire was used and they were tangled up, and, you know, flaming tables, and God only knows what else, glass, thumbtacks. I mean, lots of weapons have been used, and, you know, yeah, I get where you're coming from. I think that there is a criticism of Moxley that he's not the most charismatic. But I think whenever they're compared to Foley and Funk, I always take it people are saying more it's to do with the spots that they've all taken throughout their careers. Right, Aaron.
Aaron Hanrahan. They showed his back, and it was like little dots like thumbs.
Yeah, they must have found a very interesting way of gimmicking it, and I can't think as to what they would have done, but I hope that secret comes out one day. That'll be if someone does a YouTube video on that as to how they gimmicked it, that would actually make for a very, very interesting video. Kendall
42082. Hey Days, I hope you and the community are well.
And you.
It's Mom birthday on Sunday. I'm curious if you watched the Chris Van Vliet interview with Chris Bay. That man is incredible. Must see.
Kendall, shout out to you. I didn't. To be honest with you, I don't really watch Chris Van Vliet interviews. I like him. No issue, right? I like him. I just don't really ever get chance to, or find myself getting much chance to sit down and like watch whole interviews. What I tend to find is, because I do Unseen, an interview normally drops when I'm asleep, to be honest. Normally the interview comes out in the daytime, and by the time I'm getting up and catching up with kind of what's being said, a lot of the key kind of quotes are already doing the rounds. So I tend to see little clips, I tend to see quotes, I tend to see the big talking points, and then I suppose that just means that I don't really feel the need to go and watch the full interview, you know. So exactly the same with the Chris Bay thing. I saw some of the key quotes, him talking about, you know, why did this happen to me? I was thinking, why did this happen to me? And then he said, and then it dawned on me, why not? You know, I'm strong enough for this. I'm built for this. Like, this kind of setback, overcoming setbacks is what I've done my whole life, my whole career. And I agree, it was very, very inspiring. I think he spoke about having like a 10 to 15 or 20% chance that he would walk again. And then they show footage of him walking. So, you know, I agree, very inspirational. I actually think that one, from an inspirational point of view, not even so much like learning more about, you know, him and whatever, but more from where he is now and his road to recovery, and just hearing him speak, I think it would be a very inspirational interview to actually listen to. But I saw the key clips from it, and yeah, I mean, God, wish him nothing but the best, of course. I mean, I know that there is obviously tribalism in wrestling. There's a very good relationship, though, between WWE and TNA at the moment. But I don't think, I would like to think, God, I don't know. I'd like to think, even if you're a hardcore WWE fan and something like this had happened in AEW, and you might hate AEW, I'd like to think that the well-being of a wrestler would kind of override the tribalism, you know? So I sort of feel like, even though I don't watch TNA, I don't have any bad feelings towards TNA. I wasn't watching when this happened, and actually Chris Bay's not someone that's really on my radar, but I think everyone can understand when something has gone wrong in the ring and a wrestler is now suffering life-changing injuries, which hopefully he can obviously 100% come back from, because he's made incredible progress. I think I'd like to think that, like, you know, tribalism would kind of be put aside for something like that. But as I said, thankfully, this is not something that I'm seeing anything tribalistic about, because there's a very good relationship with WWE and TNA. I don't know what comments I'd see if this had happened to an AEW person. I don't know what comments I'd be seeing if it happened in that company. But yeah, really uplifting, really positive. Looks like a great interview. I've seen clips from it, and I wish him absolutely nothing but the best. I know there is a support show coming up, isn't there, that Karrion Kross is going to be on, showing like support to Chris Bay. So hopefully they can raise a lot of money for him there, and hopefully we can, as we said, see him continue his road to recovery. So, Kendall, shout out to you. Yeah, excellent. I would say a positive there. I mean, it's positive, the recovery that is made. Vic, shout out to you, buds.
Hey, Days, with the Slammy Awards voting now open, what superstars and teams have impressed you that you feel should be recognized? And what are the biggest moments for you this far?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spend too long on it because I think what I might actually do is a separate video on the Slammies. We can probably just have a look here. So the Slammies did drop today. It will be an unseen later, like just going down. So I think what we'll do is I can give you my early thoughts. I don't know if these will change, and obviously I can flesh them out maybe a bit more if I get a chance to do a video. I would like to do a video this weekend, now that the Slammy categories are out. I mean, female superstar of the year for me feels like it should be Liv Morgan. She's just had an amazing year turning heel, and she was someone that I was never crazy about. She was someone that as a babyface I found irritating. And honestly, her turning heel has just made everything click into place. As soon as she turned, everything fell into place. She's really grown now into this character. And I just find her endlessly entertaining. Like the stuff she was doing with Kathy Kelly when they went to visit the Tower of Pisa. And we looked at that in Unseen. Brilliant. I mean, that's stuff that she's doing outside of the ring, you know? She's found a way of being entertaining. She's found a way of actually, you know, being that kind of bratty, you know, that cackle that she's got as well. But there's a few really good little put downs that she's got in there as well. For me, I couldn't really make an argument for anyone else. Maybe Chelsea, but I think Liv's had a much bigger year in regards to her career trajectory, you know. Chelsea, though, winning the old United States should be recognised. That was obviously a big moment for her, but I'd have to have a second to Liv. Male superstar, I feel like it should be Cody, because we are including finishing the story. Because I think moment of the year is Cody Roman there. So that says to me that Cody Roman at WrestleMania means that finishing the story is actually this year. It's added to this year. So I feel like it should be Cody. But then what he did after was so... I don't know that it's not Drew. I feel like Drew had an amazing year with his feud with Punk, and he had to carry that. And he's been excellent on social media. Jay has had a big year, but equally, he did have that match with Jimmy at WrestleMania. I mean, he's got himself super, super over, and I feel like he's set himself up to win this award in the future, but I don't know that I would give it him now. I think I would go Drew. I think I'd go Liv for the women. I'd go Drew for the guys. I think Drew did incredible to carry that feud without CM Punk around. Incredible. I mean, he won the title at WrestleMania, so he did win the championship. Then, of course, got cashed in on. Then we had that whole feud, which was feud of the year. Then we had one of the greatest matches with that Hell in a Cell. I mean, all right, perhaps it's been a little bit mid since that feud ended, but it didn't end that long ago. So I think I'd be looking at Drew. I feel like Jay deserves a mention, and he's set himself up for something, but not this year. And Cody, I would give it Cody if after WrestleMania had been better. So I'd say Cody, Drew are my two, with Jay getting a special mention. Most memorable entrance. I'm not going to spend too long on it. I flipping love Seth at WrestleMania. I love Seth at WrestleMania. When he came out with the Philadelphia Murmurs band, I thought that was great. Some of these I don't even really remember. Bailey at WrestleMania, I think she was on the shoulder of some guys. Rock at WrestleMania, I think, wasn't that? I can't even remember what happened. I feel like there must have been someone playing his music live, but I can't quite remember it. Jay on the Raw Netflix is just him coming through. Travis Scott probably ruined that moment. Cody at WrestleMania was special. That's him with, you know, Brandy and the mask. But I think if I'm talking about just sheer fun, I like Seth coming out with all those boomers that were dressed up at WrestleMania. So I would vote that. It probably won't win, but That would be my favourite. Do you know what? I'm going to be controversial. This is probably really controversial. I'm going to go Cody Roman. I think Cody finishing his story is such a powerful moment that involved Undertaker and all of these amazing legends. And for me, that's the pick. I know that John Cena's heel turn is in there and that is going to win. I know it's going to win. But for me, if I've got to choose, I think that was better. I think it was a better moment. Both of them are worthy of being nominated, but Bron Breakker spearing Speeds, some brilliant moments. That was great. Wyatt Six debut, that was great. Roman returning was great. But Cody, after all that time, finishing the story, everything he'd been through, his mom being in there, looking up to the heavens to his dad. I feel like there's so much to that moment that for me it's that. But I fully expect that to win. Faction of the year, don't know actually. Tricky OG Bloodline. They didn't do a great deal, did they? I don't remember OG Bloodline doing loads, but I don't know that I would go New Bloodline. American Made haven't done a great deal. Damage Control have been injured. Judgment Day? Has it been that good? That's a tricky one. I'd have to say one of the top two. Damage Control are fine, but they've been injured a lot. Yeah, one of them. What else we got? Tag Team of the Year. I don't know. Who the flip do you go Tag Team of the Year? Liv and Raquel? I don't know who you go Tag Team of the Year. Rivalry of the Year. I might go Liv Rhea. I know it kind of outstayed its welcome. CM Punk Drew is amazing, but friendship bracelets, come on. And I wasn't crazy about their SummerSlam match, and I wasn't even crazy about the strap match. I think Drew does amazing, and there's some great promos, and that final match is amazing, right? So I think there's some amazing stuff in there, but I don't think it all hits. Roman Cody, how much of that can you judge? I mean, how much of that am I judging? I mean, the majority of the year was after WrestleMania. So does Roman Cody even make sense? Liv Rhea was after Mania, so that makes sense. Damian Finn sucked. Kevin Cody was okay. Nia Tiffany sucked. Bloodline was pretty fun. But I might go Liv Rhea because that's the feud that makes Liv Morgan. And yeah, did it all hit? No, it didn't. And did it outstay its welcome? Yes. But it had big repercussions for both. I feel like Rhea Ripley kind of met her match. And I feel like Liv Morgan leveled up. Difficult, though. I could see a lot of people going for different ones here. Some might go Bloodline. Some might go Kevin Cody because it was great. Some might go Roman Cody, but I don't really see how it should count because that was done by WrestleMania. Liv Rhea, I think, deserves its flowers. And honestly, Punk Drew will probably win it. But I do want to say that friendship bracelets in wrestling suck. NXT Superstar of the Year, Obafemi, Roxanne, Trick Williams, Ethan Page, Julia Kalani. I'm going to go with my guy. He's won the championship twice. And, he's on the verge of getting called up. It could absolutely be Oba. Could absolutely be Roxanne, actually. I don't think it'll be any of those three. I think it's one of these. I'll probably go Trick Williams. But I don't mind if Oba gets it 'cause he's amazing. I really don't mind if Roxanne gets it because she's amazing as well. Match of the year, Roman Cody. If it's got to be that, it's that. I think Roman Cody gets it. Punk Drew deserves a shout. And where is Cody AJ? Yeah, that deserves a shout as well. Those are the three. Bang, bang, bang. I'm not even reading the others. WTF moment of the year. R-Truth calls Triple H Chomper. Kevin Owens' car interviews. They were all right. Chelsea Green goes into a dumpster. Dominic Mysterio in the shark cage. That's right. I Show Speed with Logan at WrestleMania. LA Knight in Logan's pool. R-Truth wrestles with John Cena. Jesus. Did we not have any good moments this year? Why do all these suck? Why are all these rubbish? Honestly, a WTF moment of the year is when R-Truth called Triple H Chomper. That's a moment of the year. Kevin Owens' car interviews were a moment of the year. I Show Speed, perhaps it has to be in there because he's a big name. But I mean, that wasn't nowhere near as good as what happened at Royal Rumble. So, I don't know. Maybe this is just all of 2024. Perhaps we have to just look at 2024. I don't know. Rabid noises from Tamatonga. Jacob Fatu saying, I love you, Solo. It's got to be the Wyatt 6 debut, innit? All the rest suck. I don't even think they're that good. Social Star of the Year. There's only 2. That's fun. That's fun. Who wins? Chelsea or Drew? That's good. I like the fact they've narrowed it down to 2. God, who will you go with? I'd probably go with Drew again. Did Drew win it last year? I can't remember who won it last year. I think it was it Drew? They're both great. They should share it. Breakout Star of the Year, Bron, Lyra, Penta, Oba, Julia, Tiffany, Jacob, Chelsea, Stephanie. Chelsea's got to win something. I'll give it Chelsea. But there's a few there you could go with. It's good that. I like the Slammies. I'm glad they're back. But yeah, I mean, I feel like I went into a bit of detail there anyway. But yeah, we'll definitely look to pull that out and maybe do a different video. I'm guessing by reading it, it's just... Because what I was confused by was last year we did the Slammies in April. So does that mean we just go April to April? But after reading it, I think it probably is just for the full year, isn't it? Hannah, let's go to some thoughts.
Hannah, Days. That is true from the WP. Tommy is the AEW expert, as I was surprised he didn't know about that AEW spike spot as it was blowing up on X. But did you like the spot despite it going too far?
I think the fact that I don't have an immediate answer means that I was indifferent to it. I mean, I thought that it looked brutal. I mean, it's one of those where you see him getting planted on it, you go, oh my God. And then when he stands up and it's like hanging off his skin, you're like, oh my God. Like straight away, you know, people are going to say this is too far. Straight away, you know that that's going to be a reaction people are going to have. I suppose it's hard for me to judge because I don't know really the context of the feud. I wasn't watching the match. The only thing I saw was that. So it's hard for me to say, oh, did you like the spot? I don't really know because like that's all I saw. I don't know if it was warranted. I don't know if the feud was hot enough to, you know, warrant it. I don't know what else they'd done in the match that had led up to that. Like, it was so out of context that I suppose I just saw the spot and my reaction was everyone else's reaction of, Jesus, that's horrific. That is brutal. And that was my reaction. But, like, liking it is a difficult one to answer. I was indifferent to it. JC Dub, shout out to you. I hope you are. Hope you're doing well. People are still on this. It's a real talking point, isn't it? Here's Finley.
I don't believe a spot like that adds to the storyline side of things, but it is needed in some circumstances. For example, look at the hardcore match WWE did a year or two ago. It was pathetic.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I think if you're going to do a hardcore match, people do want there to be some spots that make you go, oh, you know? I mean, what I would say is how amazing was Kevin Owens against Sami Zayn. And that had some pretty brutal moments in it, you know? Nothing that I think kind of Nothing that I think went to the lengths of what we saw Moxley doing. But then saying that, you know, if you do something shocking, right, and it shocks everyone, next time you do that exact same thing, it's probably going to have less of an impact because people have seen it. So, you know, are we sort of running the risk here of constantly having to outdo ourselves to provide that shock value? You know, is it that, you know, back in the day, if you hit someone with a chair, that was shocking. Now, all of a sudden, you have to plant them on the edge of the chair, or you have to, like, break the chair, or... Do you know what I mean? And so, you know, we've done thumbtacks, we've done fire, we've done barbed wire. Like, you can do those things. They've been seen before. People are a little desensitized to them now. So now they have to find new ways to shock. And, you know, is this kind of the path that we're on? Dean?
Hey, Days, may I ask a personal question?
Yeah?
I remember from a past video you said you had a dog. What breed? My autistic son wants a chocolate lab and name it Steve.
Oh, really? That's cool. Steve, the chocolate lab. It's a German Shepherd. We got her because we're in the countryside. So we're kind of a little bit, not on our own. We've got neighbours, but, you know, they're a little bit down the road. And we got other neighbours, but they're a little bit down the road. So it's one of those where I suppose it was more for not protection, but I suppose, you know, it was a good thing to get. And so we've got a German Shepherd. She loves being outside. If ever anyone even looks at the house, she's, you know, she's off. And yeah, I mean, obviously it's just a bit of security, a bit of like, you know, you feel better with her being around, what with kind of being a bit isolated. So that was kind of the reason for getting her, and she's an excellent guard dog. We've never had any issues. We've never had any burglaries or anything along those lines, which obviously very grateful for. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, she's getting on a bit now. She's about, I think she's like 11, 12. And you can see she's slowing down. So definitely, you know, got to start thinking about how long she's going to be with us. Maybe another couple of years, something like that. But I don't know what we'll do when she passes away, if we'll get another dog. I mean, one of the problems when you've got a dog is that you can't really go anywhere because you've always got to get back for them. So, you know, there's plenty of times where we could have gone off as a family to have, you know, gone out in Birmingham or something like that, you know, and not had to worry about coming back. And there's loads of times where we have to cut trips short to, right, we need to go now, get back for the dog. She's been on her own for, you know, 5 hours. So I don't know. I really don't know what we'll do in a few years' time, but she's a very loved member of the family, and certainly not looking forward to when that day comes. Frank said it wasn't the finish of the match. He won after, so it was dumb. Yeah, I can't comment on the context because I only saw the clip in isolation. Gaius, shout out to you.
Gaius Kun. Wrestling Days, everyone keeps asking when Becky will return, not asking. But when is she going to return?
Yeah, no, we don't know. I mean, there was a little rumor that she was actually on this trip with Seth. And I think Seth posted a picture of Becky in a shop in Italy. I think that got chucked in one of the unseen folders. If I can find it. It's one of those that's kind of news, but not massive news. Vintage tea. This was on Seth's IG 13 hours ago. Looks like Becky is inside the shop. So I'm guessing this lady here. So this is a coffee cafe, Bologna, and this is on Seth Rollins, and that does look like Becky. I mean, it'd be a bit weird if he's just going up to random coffee shops taking photos of people that aren't his wife. So I would like to think Seth's not a perv and that is actually Becky in there. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look, this European tour, I mean, it's not a quick tour. You know, they're over for a good few weeks, aren't they? So with Becky potentially being free, I wouldn't be shocked if she was like, I'll come over with you, you know. Plus, also, might be a bit of jealousy at play because I gotta say, Italian women, yeah, just saying, they're not hard on the eye, yeah. So if I was Becky, I'd be going over there as well, yeah, keeping an eye on the situation. The way she's probably said it is like, how about we come over to keep you company? And I bet Seth was like, yeah, okay. Sure thing. Sounds great. And she was like, I knew you'd be thrilled. So, yeah, I think she is around. Does that mean that she'll appear at some point? Maybe. But I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked if she came back at WrestleMania. She could, of course, come back before. But, yeah, there's no word on the street, to be honest with you. No, nothing like, oh, yeah, well, word on the street is it's going to be after the tour. There's no mention of anything. So, it's very quiet.
Jordan Thorpe.
Jordan.
Hey, Days, here's to month 6 and to many more.
Shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support and, yeah, appreciate everyone that's joined us. So, Jordan, shout out to you, man. Right, Opola's Travels. I know you said that they would struggle to make people shocked nowadays, but fire nowadays would be shocking. When was the last time that we had fire? Well, I mean, in WWE, you can shock people because WWE are a family product and they don't massively, go to those lengths. So there's ways that you could shock people there, but in AEW, where they're seeing people have syringes in their mouth and spikes in the back and bags over their heads, I feel like it's going to be a harder challenge. So that's why, I'm kind of just theorizing, spitballing. Was it kind of presented that, listen, we can do a spot here that's going to really shock even those that kind of think they've seen it all? And, could that have been inspiration for what we ended up with? Could that have been justification for why we ended up with what we ended up with, that clip that did the rounds? But no, I think fire, and there's plenty of stuff you could do in WWE these days to get shocking reactions, because really, I think as far as WWE want to go is what you saw in Sammy versus Kevin, which was still, I felt, quite far, I mean, there was still barbed wire stuff involved in that, wasn't there? A little bit of that around. So, yeah, I think it's, everything in moderation. Do you think that sympathy and support Austin Theory has been getting on Monday could lead to a face turn after WrestleMania? I don't think that'll change anything. I think that it was good to see. It was good to see that people want more and better for Austin Theory, so that's a good thing. But to be honest with you, I think they're looking to do it anyway, because he's been doing the whole yeet thing and, is Grayson around. And he's been having fun with the fans, yeeting. And so I do just wonder if they aren't already looking at, a potential turn. I mean, I feel like we've been waiting for that team to split for a while. I feel like that team kind of coming to blows, going their separate ways. I mean, a few months ago, I think there was, probably a thought that WrestleMania could have been Theory versus Grayson Waller. Doesn't feel quite like it's going that way at the moment, unless, something dramatic's going to happen. But yeah, after WrestleMania, I reckon we could definitely get that done, and I'd be down for it. So, but I must admit, I mean, if there is to be a third person that's going to join John's group, and with The Rock, I would not hate Austin Theory being that person. I think Austin Theory being that person could be really good for him. I just hope he's at a point where he could capitalize on an opportunity like that. Because I do feel like he's been given opportunities, and I don't know that he's been able to capitalize on them. For example, he had a match with John Cena at WrestleMania, and I don't think he came out of that looking like a bigger star than when he went into it. And he had money in the bank. And I know that it was up to creative how he cashed it in. But I don't know, if they tried to do that to, a veteran, and they tried to have them do that, I'd like to think the veteran might have just sort of pushed back a little bit and said, no, this isn't the right way forwards. I've got a better idea. Did he come up with a counter idea? Because there's a lot of politics that goes on in wrestling. In wrestling, it's not just do as you're told. Like, you do have to do that, but can you come back with something better? And who knows, maybe he did. And maybe they were like, no, this is definitely what we want to do. But I don't know that he did. And I would, if I was in his shoes, I know what I like the look of and what I don't like the look of. And if it's something I don't like the look of, I'm going to give you, as respectfully as possible, an alternative to what you're proposing so that I can, get better for myself, find something better. And so I know that he wouldn't have chosen to have cashed in the way that he cashed in. I know you can't blame him for that. But was he doing enough backstage to make sure it didn't go that way? And could he have offered an alternative? I don't know. I don't have the answer on that. But I know that his promos against John were not that great. I know that he didn't come out of that feud with John a bigger star than when he went into it. You can sort of make the argument that they could be doing a lot of stuff on social media to really get themselves over. And it's quite quiet, to be honest. You've got people like Chelsea and Drew and Carrion that are using social media to really try and further their characters. And when it comes to Austin Theory and Grayson Waller, I find it very, very quiet. So you could point to that and go, is there not an opportunity that you're missing there? So I think it's great that the fans want better for him. But is he ready to take opportunity when it arises? Okay, we should hopefully be going over to the show. I've got the show ready to press play. I am just going to go for it because it says it's midnight, so let's go. Okay, showtime. Okay, I've got the then, now, forever thing playing, so you're going to have to let me know where I am and if I'm a bit behind or whatever. I have got it so the stream is low latency, so hopefully I've got the then, now, forever thing playing. Let's catch up with Super Chats. Gaius, shout out to you, my friends. Firing in 5 Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate it, buds.
Gaius Kuhn gifted 5 Wrestling Days memberships.
Thank you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. City Skyline, yeah, I've got that. Welcome to Italy. I've got Bologna, Italy, and we are just looking at some big shed. I don't know if it's a shed. There's the fans. And obviously they've been waiting. First time in 18 years. Look at that. Inside the arena. And we've got all the crowds. Dwayne, shout out to you, my friends. Look at all those Italian flags. So we are seeing Jade Cargill. Jade Cargill is backstage on the phone. All the flags, said K-Dub. Jade's. There's Liv and Raquel. I feel like we're there or thereabouts, actually. We are going to have a bit of a nightmare with commercials. One thing I can tell you is that the show earlier ended 7 minutes early again. So that means that you're going to add 7 minutes worth of adverts. So it is going to throw us out a little bit. We'll have to do our best to try and stay in sync. Liam, hello, my friends. Hope you are well. We'll get that read out. There's CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. CM Punk. Punk, Seth, Roman. Under one roof.
Liam Mansell, LFC.
Here we go. Oh.
Here once lived an old man and an old woman who were peasants and had to work hard to earn their daily bread. The old man used to go to fix fences and do other odd jobs for the farmers around. And why?
Liam, are you all right? Are you reading a kid's story? What's happening? I'm sorry, what's going on? Right, here's Randy. Randy Orton making his way down to the ring. King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate the kind words, my friend. Really appreciate the support. Let's get this read out.
King
Here's
Yeti
Randy.
1NM0. Again, Days, thanks for working a double shift for us non-Euros.
Yeah, no problem at all. I love hanging out and chatting with you guys. And actually, that whole conversation with Moxie and the Spike, I know it might not be what people were looking for, although I was quite surprised that when we finished talking about it, people still wanted to have conversation about it or were still talking about it. We didn't actually talk about that earlier, so I suppose the great thing with wrestling is there's just always conversations for us to kind of dig into. Loud crowd, you know. Really good crowds. Loud crowd as Randy is making his way down. Oh, yeah, we do have security guards. That was mentioned earlier. Security guards in the crowds. It got mentioned earlier, and I didn't notice it, but they were just sort of like sliding their way down to make sure that people didn't quite get to Randy. The crowd is full of flags. This is straight fire. Straight fire. So Randy making his way down. Unmatched aura as they sing his song. They talk to me. Okay, so Randy is in the ring. See what he's got to say. RKO signs, Randy chants. Prime hydration station. Randy in the corner. Was that I don't know that flag. There we go. He poses in the corner. Crowds are flipping, lapping this up. The Orton pose. We are bad wrestling fans in the US. These crowds put us to shame, said Spiller. Oh, I wouldn't think about it that way, but I really wouldn't. I think that, you know, they just said this is the first time in 18 years that we are doing like a SmackDown from Italy. Like, when there's a European tour, Italy don't always get a show. I just thought of something. Yeah, loud. They're not letting him talk yet, you know. They're still singing his song. WrestleRant said, the Moxley spot was seriously the most gnarly-ish I've seen. It was straight wicked. Straight wicked. Sammy said, are you married? I'm not married, but how many dogs do you have? Just the one. Just the one. It's the only one we've ever had, actually. Okay, here we go. Let's see what Randy has got to say. I actually forgot he interrupted him that quickly. I knew he was coming out, but I absolutely forgot that it was that quickly. Here is Kevin. I know what you want to do. Kevin Owens has made his way out before Randy could say a word. He's got something important to tell him. I'm here to tell you. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm here to tell you I was wrong. Oh, yeah. I don't know what that word is. Chavo. Chavo. Bill Wild said, you're doing this again. We're doing this again. Chavo. Chavo. What's Chavo? I'll have a look. Chavo. Chavo. Is that what they're saying? What's a-hole?
Stronza. Stronzo.
It's not that. It's not Stronza. Was it Chabo? It sounded like they were saying Chabo, Chabo. He said, you understand. You've done stuff that you wish you hadn't. Yeah, what are they saying? I will forgive you for taking Cody's side if you forgive me for what I did to you. We need to leave things in the past. I was trying to save you last week from yourself. Chavo, Chavo, Chavo. You don't want to go back to being the Randy that kicks people in the head. You've changed. You've changed for the better. What's in the future is WrestleMania. So Kevin Owens has got a proposition. I can't think of a better moment at WrestleMania than you and me, tag team champs. Let's go. Tag champs. Let's go. RKO KO. Let's go for those tag titles. Crowd are chanting no. Don't listen to these idiots. What do you say? Here we go. Chavo. Chavo. I wonder if he knows what it means. Let's go. I should beat your ass. All over this arena. Randy's intrigued. Okay. Take that half-hearted apology. A Roberto Baggio mention. So Randy's not having it. Ah, it's a great line. You used to be fight Owens fight. Now you're... Bad word, Owens, bad word. It rhymes with Twitch. I'm glad you dropped me. Now I hear voices. They counsel me. At WrestleMania. I'm going to kick your freaking head clean off your shoulders. So there we go. Kevin Owens comes out and apologizes. That apology is not accepted by Randy. And he says, at WrestleMania, I'm going to kick your head clean off your shoulders. Look at him, man. He is so fired up. Look at him, man. He's absolutely spitting with anger. I think it will get made official. So, there we go. Very straightforward open with Randy listening to Kevin and what Kevin had to say. And what Kevin had to say was, I'm sorry, didn't mean it. You've done stuff you've regretted. I tried to save you from yourself. What's up? Hello, Casper. Hope you're doing well, buds. We need to see the Apex Predator return, said Poppy Crocs. One last run. Anna said after Matt Riddle mentioned that he would love to work with Vince on a new wrestling business, would you be willing to work with Vince if he was to ask you to be his right-hand guy for big money? I mean, I don't think so. To be honest with you, he's not even starting a wrestling company. So I don't even know where Riddle's getting that from. But it's a grey area. It's an interesting one because what if that Janelle Grant lawsuit gets settled? So Vince is never actually found guilty of anything. He says he's innocent. Of course he does. She says he's guilty. I've got to think that a court of law is going to find him guilty. But there is an outside chance that it doesn't quite go that far. It's going to cost him, I think, a hell of a lot more money than what was it, $2 million to stay quiet? The NDA? Which he kind of allegedly railroaded her into signing. I will never, for the rest of my time, I will never understand why he didn't just pay that flipping money. None of this would have come out if he'd have just paid that money. She signed an NDA, and the only reason she spoke out is because he missed a payment. A payment was late or something, and that broke the NDA. And then all of a sudden, everything started to come out. So, what a mess. So, I don't think there is a new promotion. There seems to be a bit of conflicting information around that. When it's uploaded on YouTube in the UK, what? When's what uploaded? See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Kieran. Have a good night, buds. Oscar said, how are you today? I'm good, thank you. I'm good. We're at commercial break at the moment, by the way. It was only about 3 million. I don't know why you didn't pay. He's got billions, said Frank. It's mental, isn't it? We have touched on that before, and some people have well, if you've got that much money and, that much power, you just sort of fall into the trap to think that you are just untouchable. But, I mean, why even run the risk? I don't know. It is crazy. It is crazy. The whole thing's flipping crazy. God, rich people are just so stupid. I mean, they've got all the money and it's still not enough, is it? Still not enough. It's like he's a billionaire and he owns WWE and he's, you know, if he's done that, he deserves what's coming to him if he's done that, of course. But you've thrown it all away. Thrown it all away. Steve, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate the support. There's going to be people that snap those up. It's actually next week we're going to be doing our nominations for Hall of Fame. So good timing on that. We'll be doing that next week. WrestleMania. Boom. Lovely. Days in the US, the word ass is considered a curse word. So technically speaking, you have cursed on the stream. I'm not bothered. I don't care. Gamer Ryan said, how do you watch WWE earlier? Oh, it airs earlier in Europe. It airs earlier on Europe. So on Netflix. Ellis Stubb said, anyone that couldn't watch earlier today should uproot their schedule. They should quit their jobs. They should. Okay, so we have got the first... now, am I going to be out of sync? Right now, I've got... Where am I? I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking at, and you can tell me if I'm out of sync yet. I've got Shinsuke making his entrance. So I got Shinsuke. He's in the entranceway. Is that where we are, kids? So here is Shinsuke making his way down to the ring. We're still at commercial. Right. Okay. Well, Shinsuke has literally just stepped into the ring. So can someone just give me a nod when you're at that point? Shinsuke has just stepped into the ring. I do actually have a way of getting USA Network, but the only problem with that is I know that is heavily delayed. I know that's heavily delayed. So if I watch that, I will always be out. So back. All right. Okay. Have you got Shinsuke? Shinsuke. Okay. Have you got Shinsuke getting in the ring? Good to go. Okay. Shinsuke is in the entranceway here. Okay, well, I can go back a few moments. Okay, well, I've got Shinsuke up the steps. He is about to step into the ring. And there's a spotlight on him. He walks into the center. He puts his arms out. He goes down to his knees, grabs his mask, takes off his helmet, pops it in front of him. We got the graphic on screen. He kind of shimmies back a little bit. He bends down, bows to the helmet. Then he removes his mask. He's getting his announcement. Wide shot of the crowds. There's the front part of the mask being removed. Looks at the camera. You are there. He is being announced. You're right there. Let's go. Yes. Let's go, Queens. Give it about 8 minutes. We'll be out of sync again. It's very exciting. Wrestle Andy, hello, my friends. Let's see what Wrestle Andy is saying. Here's Drew.
Wrestle with Andy. Member. Days, I was thinking today, Yokozuna was only in WWE for less than 4 years. Imagine someone debuted in WWE in 2021 and had retired by now with 2 Mania main events.
Yeah, good point. I'm written Yokozuna now. Yeah, good point. Drew Shinsuke. Shinsuke's new theme isn't as good as the old one, said David. Okay, here Damien is getting out the ring. I think Damien must have got in before. He charges over at Drew, and they're brawling in the entranceway. So Damien and Drew are getting stuck in. So they're brawling in the entranceway at the moment. Shinsuke has come out. In the ring is Jimmy Uso. I mean, when I first saw this, I was like, is that Jay? Because I didn't know what this match was, because it wasn't part of the official preview. But it is actually Drew and Shinsuke taking on Jimmy and Damien. So there we go. Drew and Shinsuke against Jimmy and Damien. Not really the match that I think anyone was looking for, but the match that we're getting. Chop coming in there by Jimmy, throwing in some shots. Drew going over the other side into the corner. Jimmy comes over, collides into him, gets caught. Backs him up, looking to throw him, and he does. We are up and running. Jimmy showing Jay how to jump over the rope. Drew said, I can't stop thinking about Barefoot Bianca. Ah, you a perv. Respect. Crowd are chanting. Oh, Drew McIntyre. Oh, Drew McIntyre. Right now we've got Drew grabbing a hold of Jimmy, looking to slingshot him, boom, into that middle rope. Into that middle rope. And he goes down. So tonight we got Braun against Jacob. And we've got Drew grabbing a hold of Jimmy. Nice, good work, backing up. From what I understand, Cena thinks it's about 2012 where everyone hates him. But it's 2025. Everyone had tears when he announced his retirement. WTF is he talking about? Well, we spoke about this earlier. I think that there's a couple of things that are true. One of those truths is that this was a now or never moment for him. So timing-wise, it might feel not quite right, like you said, you know, not like 10 years ago. But we're at the point where it's now or never. And as well as that, we also have the situation where... I can't remember the second one. There was two things that we mentioned earlier. Definitely now or never. And then there was another one that we mentioned as to why they were doing it now. Oh, yeah. Because the main event of WrestleMania is two faces. And I think that you run the risk of Cody not having the crowd kind of united behind him. And so I think the hope, what they're hoping for, whether this is what they'll get, we don't know. But I think what they're hoping for is that by having John berate the crowds and blame the crowds and go off on the crowds, you can turn the crowd against him. Now, obviously, we know that wrestling fans don't quite work that way. It's not that simple. Some of the fans will hear John telling it like it is, and they'll respect him more. And actually, what we saw on Monday was "Let's go Cena, Cena sucks" chants. So it's not that simple, really, whereby you can berate the crowd and get boos. You know, this isn't the 1960s. This isn't like you can't influence the crowd that easily, like you could maybe back in the day. You know, in 2025, we know what's going on, and some people think that it's cool that he's turned heel, and some people think that it's made him cooler, and some people that maybe didn't like him before like him now. So, but I think what they would like to do is try and have a big monster heel, big monster baby face, and try and get as much support behind Cody as possible. So I sort of feel like these are the reasons why we've done it. It's now or never. and it probably helps in regards to the main event of WrestleMania. And I think that's why he's berated the fans. I think that was his reasoning. So, oh, hello, we're frozen. Oh my God, we're frozen. Guys, we're just like that Disney film, we're frozen. What's weird is, actually, I'm not frozen. It must just be frozen on screen. We can fix this, guy. This didn't happen earlier. Oh my God. Okay, we have got... Oh, it's really frozen. It's next level frozen. That's very exciting. Let's go here and here and here. There's my... You can see some of the CDs, actually. I always say I've got these cabinets next to me. I've got Roman next to me as well. Guys, ignore this. This is just a little green thing that I've put up behind me. I am actually in that exotic location that I normally look like I'm in. I am there, but I'm just hiding it at the moment. It's just actually behind this. It's just behind this. So talk amongst yourselves. There we go. Look, see, told you. Why am I so small? I'm like, why am I so little? I feel like I've just come out of Snow White. Snow White and the 7 Daisies. Oh, that's better. Look, we're back, baby. We're back. Fixed it. Fixed it. Guys, you might not have been able to tell, but there was a slight technical problem. Really, really small. You wouldn't have noticed, but it's fixed now. Don't worry about it. Right, Shinsuke has got Damien in the corner. We just come back from commercial break. Are you green screening? I am going to be doing some green screen in the future, yes. So that's why I like to have it. I mean, it lowers down and then goes back up again. So I do have a green screen for the future, but I think this is a great background of Telford, where I live in England. I think that's great. So I'm going to keep it at that for now. Okay, Drew is in the ring. Felix, shout out to you. Casper said it was a little botch, no biggie. It was no worse than Jay's. Yeah, I've been inspired by Jey Uso. I've been inspired by his botch. Right, through the ropes, drop kick. Drew goes over by the commentary table. Ah, big shot there. I feel like I'm out of sync again, which is going to be a real flipping frustration. Daze is on his exotic rooftop. Okay, the match has just concluded, but I don't think that you lot are there yet. So I'm not going to say who's won. It's a big secret. I've seen it twice now, and some of you haven't seen it once yet. So I'm not saying who's won. It's ended. Okay. Priest has won. So Damian Priest has won. Oh, it's not finished yet. Well, someone has won. Shot there by Drew. Drew's attacking afterwards. Casper said we're in sync. Jesus, it's so annoying. I feel like every commercial breaks around about 30 seconds out. Oh, look at that. Lays into him, murks him. No. He's twatting him. He's absolutely twatting him. I can't say murks anymore. It got pointed out that I say it too much on the Wrestling Escape Pod, so I've got to tweak what I say. His medical facilitated him. Here we go. Here's Drew. Boom. Big boots. Big boot. And look at that wide-eyed Damien. Let's do a poll, shall we, and see how people feel about this. How do you feel about this? At WrestleMania. All I've got is this. I'm going to put you down. You're not on my level. I just twatted him. Carla, shout out to you, my friends. Drew just Claymored priests. Right, we're backstage with Braun. One big SOB. Here's LA Knight and Braun. I'm going to keep my eye out. The winner of this match will get a shot at your US Championship. Yeah. So the winner of Jacob Braun will get a shot at LA Knight's Championship. We are back at the commentators. Wade Barrett and Joe, of course. Priest looks like he's got his brain scrambled. Okay, we're just having a look at last week. Charlotte against B-Fab. Tiffy time. There was Tiffany. This is a really good brawl. Really good brawl. So Tiffany unloading on Charlotte. Bang! Tiffany crashing down on Charlotte. And then, yeah, I loved how they interrupted Miz TV. Tiffy coming off the Tron. Get off me. Yeah, that was good. There's a new queen in town. Well, look at this. Tweedledee and Tweedledum. It's going to be a side-by-side interview with the two queens. Daisy, it seems like we need some Italian fusion with wrestlers like Medusa, Mohamed Hassan, Vito to give the Italian crowd something to pop for. Thoughts? Yeah, it was great when Axiom was on the show last week, so I think it's always good when you have someone that can come in and, like, you know, pull on the kind of national pride. Lisa said, baby Daisy is doing great. My daughter had her B checkup today. Everything's going great. Lisa, shout out to you. Shout out to your daughter as well. Obviously, we did that on the NXT stream. The gender... I did put it up as a separate clip, actually, on the Clips channel. So it is actually up as a separate clip. I don't know if you saw. But it was a lot of fun. Right, let's go. We're at commercial break again, so that's exciting. Another opportunity to fall out of sync. Let's see what's being said.
It's the Yariel name. Law Knight makes mistakes too often for his experience. Maybe he looks a dummy. Yeah.
He makes mistakes too often. Here's Bishop. I don't know why it's so slow. It is slow. I'll have a look whilst it's trying to read
Bishop
it.
straight the Obafemi stand. Days there is a Bologna, Italy. Is there a Salami, Italy?
I'm having a look. Salami, Italy, place. Salimi. There's Salimi. That's the closest. Yeah, I can't find a salami, but there's a Salimi. Salimi is a town in southwest Sicily, Italy. You can get close. You can get close. Tobias, shout out to you, bud. Let's get that red.
Tobias Libensane. Hey, Days, do you think Jimmy Uso could win Royal Rumble after Jey Uso won it? Next is Solo Sikoa or the Bloodline member. Would it be great?
Well, I don't think you win it just because a family member has won it. You're not owed anything. I mean, I think in order to win it, you've got to deserve to win it. The thing with Jey is that he's got the whole crowd, like, electrified. We know that his entrance is doing a lot of heavy lifting, right? I think he's a nice person, relatable, yeets. I mean, he came up with yeets. So, well, he didn't come up with it, but he made it famous when he got drunk at that press conference and was using it all the time, right? Just like if I was in WWE, my merch would say "merked." He says "yeet," and you know he's got the glasses. They've done the merch really well, and yeah, I think that Jimmy is a long way off that. So if he can find a way of kind of really presenting himself and getting over and getting the same sort of reactions, then yeah, Royal Rumble could be in his future. But I think just because one brother won it, no one's owed anything. Okay, here's Charlotte and Tiffy time. Tiffy time. Here's Charlotte and Tiffany. What is your mindset? Charlotte interrupts. The Queen speaks first. Charlotte's brutal here. She's talking all over Tiffany. You're the only one delusional and disrespectful enough to think you compare to me. You're not that special. I earned this title. V cash-in. At WrestleMania 41, it'll be the pinnacle of your career, but for me, not bothered. Do you remember at the beginning of my career, you was one of my biggest supporters? You know I'm the woman here to take your throne. I'm not here for that. You find the hottest thing and you throw water on it, says Tiffany. The only one struggling here is you trying to keep up with the fans that don't want you back. Charlotte responded, well, they're either wooing or booing. I didn't mind that. I thought that was quite a good back and forth. I think there was moments in there where Tiffany... I feel like Tiffany is doing what she's been trained to do and not really much beyond that. She's like... There's a catchphrase at the end of like, it runs on Tiffy time. She's trying to get her lines in, but like Charlotte was talking over her. Charlotte felt a lot more in control of that to me. Charlotte felt a lot more like, throw whatever you want at me, I've got an answer for it. Neither person, though, came out of that looking like they got destroyed, in my opinion. I actually thought it was quite a good little back and forth. Here's Jacob. Tiff will beat Charlotte. That'll put her on the map, said David. Real Kratos said the women's division has passed Charlotte by. There are women on the roster that are better than her. Days, I still like wrecked, not murked, says Casper. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to kind of flip it over. I like murked. Perhaps I do just need to vary it up. Smashed, wrecked, twatted, murked. Boo-boo. He's giving him a boo-boo. Right, we've got a WWE shop commercial. Was it just me, or did that feel a bit personal, said Dirty Hippo? I think it was Charlotte that was making it feel personal because she was, like, talking over the top. Like, again, I feel like Tiffany's promo was very coloured in the lines. It was very prim and proper. I'm going to say that line, then I'm going to say this line. I'm going to finish it with my catchphrase. Whereas Charlotte was a lot more kind of reserved in, she wasn't getting raising a voice. She wasn't getting animated. Everything was just, you know, kind of, she was coming back, like whatever was thrown at her, she was batting it away like that, swatting it away. But she was talking over Tiffany. She was like not following the kind of back and forth. Like, even when it started, Tiffany would start talking and Charlotte would jump in and say the Queen talks first. And I think it was Charlotte that was kind of muddying it a bit. Not that didn't make it bad. But if it came across as being a bit personal, then I feel like it was Charlotte that was dragging it into that. But yeah, I thought it was not bad at all, actually. I'd say that was a highlight. I mean, 45 minutes gone. What's the vibe at the moment? What are people thinking? 45 minutes gone. I think that promo was one of the better parts of the show. The Kevin Randy bit was okay. That was okay. She's supposed to carry Tiffy through it, says I don't know, to be honest, because I got a sneaky suspicion she ain't winning the feud. So, or this match. So I wonder if in Charlotte's mind, she's thinking, I need to get as much out of this for myself as possible, because ultimately Tiffany's going to look good when she wins the match. So why not put this girl through her paces? Why not make it a little bit challenging and put her through the ringer? And because ultimately, I think Tiffany gets her hand raised at WrestleMania. And so, you know, if I'm Charlotte, I'm like, okay, if this is the girl that they want to kind of invest in, not difficult. I'm not in an unprofessional manner. Not in a way that, you know, is going to, you know, derail the feud and, like, you know, don't go into business for yourself and stuff like that. But I sort of feel like if I'm Charlotte, I don't know that I'm going to be taking every opportunity to make Tiffany look amazing, right? Because you know, Charlotte's still an active star herself. She wants to look amazing. So it's a real balance, isn't it? Where do you draw that line of, like, getting yours, but also making sure you don't just completely destroy the other person, you know? That's a hard line, I think. A lot of people would say that, like, Charlotte should do what she can to get Tiffany over, but honestly, in Charlotte's mind, she's been away for a long time. She's been sat on the sidelines throughout a lot of 2024. So she wants to come back. She wants to have her moment. She, you know, how many more WrestleManias is she going to have? Like, she needs to make sure she's getting hers as well, which probably won't be popular with people because a lot of people don't like Charlotte. But I can understand that mindset. I can understand that. It's a little bit like Carrion in his feud with Wyatt Six. Like, there's loads of times where Carrion didn't need to kind of be as savage as he was on social media. I mean, he killed the Wyatt Six when it came to the social media promos. And if we're trying to get the Wyatt Six over, I think there was lots of occasions where Carrion could have maybe not done stuff that he did. But he wants to get his as well, doesn't he? He probably knew that ultimately he was going to lose that feud. He was going to lose the feud with Wyatt Six because I think they would have. I think Wyatt Six would have won it. And so in his mind, it's like, I'm going to get out of this what I can. So it's like, ooh, it's a tricky one, that. It's a tricky one. Should Charlotte kind of lose that promo exchange and keep kind of looking weak and then lose at WrestleMania? Or what do you do? Here's Braun on the making his way down. Who can stop Jacob Fatu, says Hannah. Okay, Braun, Jacob. Let's have a look and see what score you lot gave to that first match, and we'll see if it's kind of in sync or out of sync with what the early stream said. So, Damien, Jimmy against Shinsuke, Drew. You lot have said... Wow. You said that opening match was good 96. The first stream said it was good 95. 1% difference. Telford Secret Hervis, said Telford Centre here. Telford Secret Hervis. Shout out to you. Love that. Love that for us. Right, here's Jacob. Here's Braun. Braun. Right, he got Jacob back in the corner. Throwing in some shots. Goes back over the other side. Charges over. Jacob moves out the way. Kicks coming in. And again, shoulder to the midsection. Kick coming in. Right now, Jacob charging over against the ropes, but Braun, back elbow. Back elbow. So, yeah, Braun is looking good here in the early stages. Jacob comes over, gets picked up. Big back body drop there by Braun. Charging over, looking for a clothesline. Boom. Okay, so right now we've got Braun going to the outside. He's very much in control of this. Chucking Jacob back into the ring. Boot coming in there by Braun. Crowd are starting to chant away. Cheer away. In the corner goes Jacob. Hards. He went hard into the corner. Again, charging him. So on the outside, we've got Braun. About to charge around. Jacob by the commentary table. Here's Braun. Yeah, it's Braun that goes over the announce table. Jacob on the edge of the ring. Back up on his feet. He's going to look to charge over. He does. Boom! Comes down on Braun. Right in front of the hydration station, but no one ever uses it to hydrate. As we go to commercial break. Right, we are just going to commercial break, so we'll have to try and get back in sync again when we come back from this commercial break. So we are 3 minutes into the commercial break. A-Train was underrated back when Paul Heyman was head writer of SmackDown. That was lit, said PJ. David said, you've got to respect the hydration station. Okay, once we're back from this commercial break, what I'll do is I'll pause it, and then you guys will just have to let me know when we are, wherever we are. But I can see a little countdown at the moment. So I can tell you what's happening during the commercial break. And that is that Jacob is being thrown into some ring steps. Crowd are still making plenty of noise. Kicks coming in there by Strowman. Strowman's in there and is encouraging the fans to continue making noise. I don't know what they're singing and chanting, but Roman is going to be in London, England next Friday. So Roman will be on the show. Obviously, that's our big segment that's coming up here. CM Punk, Roman, Seth. Against the ropes goes Braun. Oh, lovely drop kick to the legs there. Braun Strowman goes down. Jacob over against the ropes. Boom, clothesline. Strowman goes down. And here we've got Jacob looking out. We're 54 minutes in. I've just got to commercial. Now we've got ads. Picture in picture. Oh, really? You got picture in picture? Looks like I'm a good couple of minutes out then, to be honest. Looks like I'm a few minutes out. Perhaps we missed kind of getting back in sync on a previous one. It is annoying. Right now we've got Jacob working on the neck of Braun. Right now we've got crowd olaying away. Jacob in control. I've got less than a minute of ads left, said SQRL. Yeah, I've got 25 seconds according to this. But I think, you know, we're all kind of at slightly different. I don't think we'll ever totally be in sync, but as long as we can be in the ballpark and I'm not at the point where I'm ruining anything, that would be nice. I'm a bit behind, said Tommy. Hannah said, if you're a timeout tribal chief, who is your wise man? I operate alone. I don't need one. I'm better than Roman. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pause it. So I've got Jacob. He's just broken the hold and he's just looking out at the crowds. So you'll have to let me know when you're back from commercial break. When are you back from commercial break? And then we'll be back in sync for about 8 minutes. I wish that we had a giant Bernard instead of Lord Tensai, said PJ. Break's over, said SQRL. Really? I had people saying that they had just gone to a break not long ago. I thought SmackDown was over. We are back. Are we all back at the same times or different times or what's happening? It was literally not long ago people said they were going to a break. TJF, shout out to you. Well, people are telling me they're back, so I've got to believe it. Not back. Still picture in picture. Still picture in picture. Oh. It's annoying, isn't it? We're still at split screen. Okay. Well, I've paused it again. It seems, I feel like the majority are not back. TJF said, I'm hardcore. I'm here for the second stream. We are back now. Oh, my God. Okay. Well, I'm going to give it just a moment because Okay. Right now I've got Braun against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Jacob. Jacob has got Braun. Boom. Samoan drop. Jacob sent on. He's very much in control. 1, 2. And shoulder up there by Braun. Shoulder up by Braun. So we're just seeing who the play-by-play is, the commentator, the backstage reporter, the ring announcer. We've just got all of that information on screen. Jacob going over. We're waiting us US lots. Welcome back. Just kicked out. Charging over. Boom. Collides into Braun. I feel like I might be a touch ahead still. You're a few seconds ahead. Yeah, I was right. Okay. Now charging into Braun. Boom. In the corner. Maybe still a few seconds ahead. God, I don't know. I don't know how many times I need to see him collide into him in the corner. Here we go. Once again, charging over. Boom. Into the corner. Okay. Now we're in sync. So he looks over at Strowman. Strowman trying to get up in the corner. Jacob is in control. Jacob colliding into Braun. And right now, Jacob in control. Nice. Braun collides into Jacob. So tonight we got Jade Cargill against Liv Morgan. We got that coming up tonight as well. Also, under one roof, Seth, Roman, Punk. Let's go. Crowd have been great. Crowd have been great. Shot coming in there by Braun. And again. Charging over, clothesline. Down goes Jacob. Oh, and again. Lovely work there by Braun. Here's Edward.
Days, I'm going to Comic-Con Scotland, Indiana, October. Lita is going to be there. What's a good question to ask her? I can't think of one. But Il Diffo be taking a poster of her back in the day, if you know and know.
Nice shoulder tackle there. And Jacob goes over the table. Ask her whatever you want to ask her. You could ask her. I'd imagine what she gets asked is like, you know, what's your favourite match? What's your favourite moment? Who are you impressed with in the women's division today? Who inspired you? Yeah, those are going to be the standard questions, aren't they? Braun getting in the ring. Jacob charging over. Jacob against the ropes. Picked up. Spinebuster. Spinebuster by Strowman. And there's Tama. Tama Tonga. So Strowman picking up Tama. And there's Solo. And there's the DQ. So it means that Braun has won the match by disqualification. And Jacob's not happy. Jacob's not happy. Yeah, he's looking around at Solo and Tama. And he was like, what? I had this under control. And they're like, no, you didn't, you boomer. You didn't. You liar. So, shot coming in. Back elbow. LA Knight coming down. LA Knight, yeah. LA Knight coming down. So right now we got Bloodline murking Braun. Shots coming in. Boom. He deals with Tama. He's going to look to get in the ring. Kick to Jacob. Jab there to Solo. LA Knight is beating up Solo and Jacob on his own. Shot in the corner there by Tama, though. Tama's back in. Jacob charges over. Into the ring post. Tama. Oh, botch. Botch. Big shot coming in there by Strowman to Jacob. Against the ropes. Clothesline. He goes to the outside. So it is LA Knight and Braun in the ring. And there we go. Braun Strowman winning. That means he's going to get that title opportunity. Going to get that title opportunity. Next week. Next week. So there we go. It's been announced. Next week, Braun LA Knight in London. We're backstage with Liv and Raquel. Da 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 da. Why have you got an issue with Jade's? Jade had all the time in the world to update her Instagram, but not to clear our names. I am impressed with what Naomi tried to do, but she couldn't finish the job. There we go. They walk away. And we've just got a little look back at the moment that Roman and Seth were eliminated. Boom. Right. I can't take these three serious with how they're acting at the Leaning Tower of Pisa. That's true. Jada showed her hard nipple. Jada showed who? Cora Jade. Jada Parker. Hey, here's Piper Niven. Talking of hard nipples. Here's Piper Niven. She is one hard nipple. So, Slay Junt P versus Zelina. Chelsea Green. So, here we go. We got Piper Niven making her way down to the ring. Down. Buddy. Okay, we just got a ad for the roast. The roast. The Herbists are here, and I am happy, said Nathan. Right, we need to do a poll, don't we, of that next match. Or that last match, I should say. Okay, all-time greats. We'll see what people thought about that second one. The first one was only out by 1%. So let's see how much this second one was out by. Right. This community sure does love areolas. Oh, yes. Big fan. Big fan. I would say they're my favorite sports team. The Houston Areolas I stand them. Days, when did Knight get his old theme back? I didn't hear an old theme. Has Logan still got his rematch for the US title? No, there is no rematches. We don't do rematches for titles anymore. That was actually years ago, where you get an automatic rematch. If you're the champ and you lose the title, there's no... Unless there's, a legitimate case to kind of get a rematch, then there's no, rematch in place. Marcus said, the fact that Kathy Kelly was with Liv and Raquel at the Statue of David's and Judgment Day and Kelly were the only two I can think of that graffitied the wall per tradition in Belgium. Yeah, I think it's one thing, though, to be hanging around outside the show, I feel sorry a little bit for Kathy that she is in a situation where maybe she doesn't have too many friends and they've kind of said, well, you can hang with us. But they make fun of her when she does. And on the show, they're not very nice to her. So it would be different if we saw them all, like, being friendly and all that kind of stuff. But I thought it was quite good what they did at the Leaning Tower of Pisa, actually. Where they were like, that's brilliant. It looks like you're holding it up. Oh, that's so good. But actually, they were trolling her. And she was like a flipping million miles away from it. I'm sat here trying to squeeze my nipples to make them hard, says William. Okay. Just because. And I've noticed I'm eating a tuna sub. And that is erecting my nipples. I think I might be horny tonight, says William. Well, there we go. I do try to read at least one William Hensey comment a month. And normally when I do, I regret it immediately. That has done this month's quota. So, a necessary evil, to be honest there. A necessary evil. But, yeah, thank you for bearing with us whilst we just did that. Yeah. Respect. William, shout out to you. Shout out to your nipples, buds. Shout out to your nipples. Johnny said thank you for painting a full picture, William. Yeah. It is true. A lot of us feel like we were there. To be honest. William says you are welcome. Yeah, thanks, bud. Thanks. Appreciate it. Definitely didn't have that in the first stream.
Days. It's the 20-year anniversary of the MITB concept, as Y2J suggested in fear of missing WM21, as it was going to be named Hollywood Ladder Fight, but Vince rejected it until they kept begging him.
Good. It's been a great success. I wonder if they'll do anything special. Why did they show a replay of the botch, by the way? I wonder if they'll do anything special. Probably not. He's not happy, is he? Look, Jacob backstage. Yeah, that I mean. No, mate is throwing stuff around. He is not happy. I know someone that's not happy when I see them, and that is him. It looked like what? What did it look like? It's fired up, man. When I'm taking care of mine, you better watch it, Oos. Jacob walks away. He would never have spoken to the tribal chief that way. I love you, Solo. He would never have dared. He would never have dared. Guys, there's Anna. We were so excited about this earlier. I love Anna. She, a lot of you won't know who she is, but she's had amazing singles. Some of my favorites are Biberon. That came out about 5 years ago. I don't know if you ever heard Cookies and Cream, Vodka, Bikini, I Love It, ABC, Tulla Girls, Show Me Love, Mulan, Hello Kitty. These are some of the laziest titles for songs I've ever heard. She was literally watching Mulan and she was like, I'm going to do this song and it's called Mulan. She was watching Hello Kitty or whatever and she was like, honestly, no word of a lie, Hello Kitty, Mulan, there's one called Miss Impossible. She was watching Mission Impossible. And she wrote a song called Miss Impossible. ABC. There's a song called Cookies and Cream. There's a song called Vodka. There's a song called Do Do you reckon she gets given like a sweater for Christmas and she's like, oh my God, I've just had an idea for a new song. I'm going to call it Sweater. Whoa. Whoa, you absolute flipping genius. You absolute genius. Well, there we go. Anna in the crowd. She's only 21. I hate her. I hate her. Okay. But yeah, great tracks. Love them all. I love them all. There'll probably be a track that she'll release tomorrow called Smackdown. WWE. Okay, Zelina, can I just tell you, no spoilers, right? But there are moments in this match where we get a black screen. So all I'm saying is I think there are wardrobe malfunctions in this match. So, yeah, areola stands. Yeah, just saying, keep your eyes peeled. William, I want you to be all over this like a flipping hawk. Like a hawk. Because you might get rewarded, I don't know. I didn't see anything earlier, but who knows? Perhaps they'll add it in for the USA showing. Perhaps all the stuff they censored earlier on Netflix, they'll chuck it in now. Perhaps this is the late night X-rated version of SmackDown. I'm just saying, pay attention. That's all I'm saying, Jade. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to come across like a perv or anything, but... We've got Slagent P acknowledging... Days, my mum said that if you was a little bit older, she would adore you, but because you're 21, she doesn't go for young boys. I told her he's a man elsewhere. Okay, I don't need you telling people that. I don't need you saying to people, well, he might be 21, but I promise you he's a man elsewhere. What's happening? What's going on? All I do is watch alongs for wrestling. And I've got you telling your mum that, well, let me tell you something, Mum. Let me tell you something. He's a real man where it counts. I mean, I am. That's not breaking news or anything. I hope everyone's well. Kicks coming in there by Slagent P. Days, I think your hate comes from a place of jealousy. That is true, actually. That is true. I've written a song called Sandwich and a song called Cup of Coffee and a song called Just Another Day Streaming. Basically, I've written loads of songs of just random stuff I do as well or see. And none of those have charted in Italy. So, do you know what I mean? I think I've got a right to be upset. Zelina goes to the outsides. Kick coming in. Here's Zelina on the edge of the ring, getting back into the ring. Slagent P is in there, picks her up, boom, slams her down. Zelina Vega getting planted. And that might have been the moment that Zelina Vega's boobs were like, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Forget this. I'm just saying. Yeah? I'm just saying, live your best lives. Okay, the crowd are chanting away. Chelsea's looking out. I think we might be at commercial break at the moment. Zelina Vega over against the ropes, getting choked out. Steve M, shout out to you, buds. Firing in 10 Wrestling Days memberships. Really appreciate the support, my friend. So, Gaius firing in 5 Wrestling Days memberships. Steve firing in 10 Wrestling Days memberships. And it really is appreciated. As I said, this is the week that we're going to be taking people's nominations for Hall of Fame. Slagent P is standing on little Zelina Vega. Internal bleeding. So Chelsea and Slagent A are on the outsides. Shot coming in there by Zelina. We need to end this poll, don't we? Because we're going to start getting a little bit confused. This is for our second one, and you said it was good. You said it was good 90... Oh, no way. Good 94. This second match was actually earlier voted good 95. You lot just said it was good 94. That means for the second match in a row, you lot have said there's only 1% difference. Okay, we've got Piper in control. Days, I'm hoping that you are well. Have you seen the video of Liv signing? I have seen it. It's done the rounds, yes. It's very good. I don't think we've got to that bit on the show yet. It's only a fan sign. It's just a fan sign, but it is amazing. Amazing. Hall of Fame needs Edward Brown, said William. Also, Edward needs to be a mod. He is our community badass. He is our community badass. That is true, actually. That is true. No lies detected. Right, we need to just dial in for a second because we're coming back from commercial. So can you tell me when we're back from commercial so that we can be in sync? Because I would love that. If we could be in sync, I would be so thrilled. So at the moment, I've got it paused. And as soon as you're like, we're back, I'm going to press play. Liv and Dom got gifted Rolexes in New York by a guy named Moses, said David. Did they? Did they? Interesting. Anime aficionado, a.k.a. Triple T, says Frank. Is he an anime aficionado? He probably is, isn't he? I don't know. Have I spoke to him about anime? I can't remember. I'm trying to get in sync, said McDiesel. It does keep throwing it out, unfortunately, buds. It does keep throwing it out. Lestin, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Lisa said, thank you for the second stream. You are a saint. Much love and respect. Shout out to you, buds. Okay, Wrestling Rant said we're back. Is that true? We're back. People are saying we're back. Okay, here we go. We're back, baby. We are back. Right, there's a couple more to catch up. Bits and bobs to catch up with. Stephen, shout out to you, said time for the best watch along and hello to the chat. Stephen, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Really appreciate the kind words. 9 Doc Holiday said Cena's dad cut a better heel promo is what it is. Over in the corner goes Alina. I'm guessing that's probably in relation to Charlotte, I'm guessing. Right now we've got Piper coming over. We got Zelina down. Zelina going over the other side. She gets hauled into the corner. Slagent P very much in control. Slagent P chucking Zelina around. Do you know what? I've not seen any black screens yet. Perhaps we're just leaving it all in. Let's go. This is late night X-rated Smackdown. That's right. Wade is pledging allegiance. Right now we got Zelina kicking out. Zelina having a few moments of success here, but struggling a little bit at the moment as Slagent P is coming over, grabbing the arm on the outside. Alba Fire watching on. Right now we've got Zelina struggling a little bit. She's being ragdolled around. Crowd are applauding away. Cut, headbutt. Oh, down goes Zelina. Chelsea is applauding. Right now, coming over and grabbing Zelina. Zelina up on her feet, middle of the ring. Over in the corner. She goes down. She is just getting absolutely chucked around. Joe, shout out to you, my friend. I will get to your comment in a second, but shots coming in there by Piper. Right now we've got Zelina up. Elbows coming in. Lovely work here by Zelina. I was watching this match earlier and I was like, yeah, this is pretty good stuff. Shot coming in. Like, Zelina really is kind of selling and working. And right now she's up in the air. Piper has got Zelina up. Love that. Yeah, we were talking about that. That's a full-blown rear naked choke. That is a full-blown rear naked choke. Look at that. Zelina on the back of Piper Niven. And she is just choking her there. The arm is under the chin as well. She gets backed over to the corner, though. She smashes Zelina into the corner. Big sign in the crowd said, Chelsea Green, will you marry me? Round the back. Oh, look at this. Pulling back on the arm. Love that. Good little move, that, you know. I could see her getting somewhere with that. She's got the leg wrapped around the one arm. It's kind of like a crucifix. And again, there we go. There's the black screen. Oh, I think you can see a bit more there, you know. I actually think you could see a bit more there than I thought you could see. I wonder if you don't get that in America. I wonder if you don't get that in America. I think that there is... I might have just seen something there I did not notice the first time. I think they might have just shown a little bit of nipplage. Dude. 1, 2. Well, I just don't know how to cope with this. Guys, I've just lost my virginity. Side boob, nipple. I genuinely think I've just seen her nipple. I think they went to a black screen. I think they came back too early. Boom! And I didn't notice that first time round. Going for the cover. Shoulder up. Nipplegate. There is Nipplegate. I didn't spot that first time round, but look, it's gone to black screen again. Oh my God, I need to be recording this. I need to be for prosperity. Kick coming in there by Zelina. I do remember there being lots of... she just flipping killed her. Oh my God. Guys, we might have to end this stream whilst I investigate this. I'm just saying. There's just a lot of things that need to be looked into. So, yeah, unfortunately, thanks to the Hervis on the outsides, it is a loss for Zelina. I think she did a good, I think she gave a good account of herself, to be honest. Right, Joe, we'll get it read out. Although, to answer your question, Joe, I don't recall seeing anything, but let's have a little look.
Yoyadamo 81183. I want a Hoff nomination, you boomer. Did you ever get my MSG pics and videos?
Did I ever get them? I can't remember seeing them, but I may have received them. I mean, if they were sent through just after the show, I can't remember. I had a few bits that came through that made it into like unseen and different folders. So if you sent them like immediately after the show, they may have made it into unseen. But I don't know. Did you email them or something? I'm not very good with keeping up with emails and DMs. The very best way to send stuff is on Twitter. That's the best way to send stuff. And nominations, my friend, you're looking in the wrong place. I don't do anything with nominations. The way that, and we probably should explain it, the way that Hall of Fame nominations work is it's the community. It's the community. It's everyone that is a member. They all get to nominate a name. The 4 most mentioned go into the poll. That's how it works. So I don't have any part of it. All I do is just count up the nominations. Otherwise, I'd have people pleading with me, like, give me a nomination or that. And it ain't me, it's you lot that decide. So, yeah, that's the way it works. But really appreciate the support, my friend. I'm trying to think about if I saw MSG pictures, and I did, but I saw them on Twitter. I can't remember if they made it into the video, if they went into a community folder. They may have done. But that would have been obviously at the time of that show, which is a few weeks now since the MSG Raw show. I've slept since then. So, I can't remember. Did I like them? That'll answer your question. If I left likes on them, if you tweeted them to me and I left likes on them, then I saw them. If I didn't like reply to them, then there's a chance I didn't see them. More important than that, though, did you have a good time? How was the show? Did you enjoy it? Were the seats great? Was it a great experience? Would you do it again? Please respond. So that was
Joey Adamo 81183.
Joe Adam. Well, I'm guessing it's Joe Adamo 81183. Yeah, did you have a good time? That would be good to know. Oh, yeah, I just saw that as well. So it hasn't come through yet, but I can see it at the top. King Yeti firing in 50 Wrestling Days memberships. Dude, you don't have to do that. Don't have to do that. I mean, it's so appreciated. I didn't see it whenever you put it in, and it hasn't actually come through onto the super chat list yet. But I can see it at the top. It's still sort of like processing or whatever. And that's, you know, I don't even know what to say. So, Joe, really appreciate it. I'd love to know if you had a good time. I know people would like to hear about your time at MSG. And King Yeti, I mean, King Yeti's always so supportive. Always firing in, like, gifted memberships. And I feel like I keep saying on a regular basis, you don't need to do it, you don't need to do it, you don't need to do it. But King Yeti continues to do it. And it's just so appreciated. I know that the people that have benefited from that are going to really appreciate it. I did miss that at the time, so I don't know. It must have been a little while ago now. But that's crazy, dudes. Where is King Yeti? Why is everyone so quiet? What's happening? King Yeti, what? You're loved anyway, my friends. You don't have to buy our love anymore. We love you. Lone Star said 50 memberships. I just saw that. I know, man. King Yeti is... Do you know, if it wasn't for King Yeti, like, on our... There's so many people that benefit from that I don't think would do it otherwise. But, I mean, it's brought so much life to, like, the members' side. Same with Dormouse as well. There's quite a few people that are really kind and like fire in loads of memberships. Other people today have as well. And like it's really brought to life that whole side of like the channel. Like we do all of this now because of like just how many people are around. And we're always trying to find like new ways of doing stuff. And Johnny said King Yeti might be green shirt guy. New member order is in the name, said King Yeti. That's what King Yeti's all about, the NMO, new member order. And, yeah, King Yeti's like, I'm already in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, you are, because people are, like, so thankful. They don't know how to flip in respond to such generosity. It's, I don't know. If I do start having chats with people again, King Yeti would be near the top of the list to get on and have a chat with. I'm really tempted to do that on the members side. I was kind of talking the other day about how it feels like something's missing. And I think it would be like getting you guys... I think it would be quite nice to get the... We did do it once where we had people sending in videos. I think it would be quite cool to... I think I might explore that next week, actually. I might explore that next week. I might look into seeing if we can do a little something there. Imagine if I ask a question. I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I could ask a question, like, what's your favourite match and why? And then a load of you can send in your answer. Do you know what I mean? That could be fun, couldn't it? So I ask a question like, what's your favourite? And then a load of... We'd only do it on the members side. It'd be too difficult on this side because there'd be so many responses. But imagine if we did it on the members side and then we just have loads of people talking about their favourite matches and why it's their favourite match. And it's like... But it wouldn't have to be that generic. It could be like... what would you do with the Wyatt 6? How would you book the Wyatt 6 for WrestleMania? And then people send in clips and it's just... So in a way, it's like an opinions video, but it is a bit more interactive. Maybe I should do that on the opinions videos. Rather than just putting a post up, maybe... But I don't know how many people would want to do that. See, this is what King Yeti gets me like... Gets the wheels turning, you know? Gets the cogs going. So, King Yeti, man, I so appreciate it. But you know that. You know that. King Yeti's like, I'm no goat. I just love the community. King Yeti is generous, but it's secondary to him being a good bloke, says Matador. Right, there's Randy and Kevin graphics. So that match is going down. That match is going down. Where's Joe as well? I was looking for Joe's... I was trying to keep an eye out for Joe's response, which may have slipped past me. Who's in the ring? Jade is backstage. Jade is backstage. Right now, we have got... Kathy going over. She's having her words. She's having a word with Jade. Naomi, all eyes are on you. Cena looks like Frankenstein, said Frank. Okay, we are going back to the arena. I don't know if we're going to commercial break. I don't know if we're out of sync again. I think we are about to go to commercial break here, so that's okay. We're actually... Oh, I was about to pause it then, but it is a little advert for Tampa. What's with Jade's hair? It is a little quirky this evening. Yeah, we're just looking at what's going down in Tampa. I'm Daisy's muse, says King Yeti. King Yeti is Daisy's muse. Guys, I've got a muse. Do you know how exciting this is for me? Okay, we are at commercial break. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so get your thoughts in on that last match. Zelina versus Piper. We just saw Jade. Taker 1990 said, I'm sure everyone here wouldn't mind if you did go to Raw in August. You are a fan like all of us. You work non-stop. You deserve a break every now and then. Well, I was talking about that actually in the other stream. I think I will be here because I really, I do love this. This isn't just something that I just do for kicks. Like, I really do enjoy spending time and chatting with you guys. So, like, if I did go, I know that I'd have a nice time and I know that it would be fun, but I would genuinely miss this. And so, I don't know, I can't, I don't know, I don't think I'll end up, to be honest, going. There is one, though, I will say right now, that if it ever happened, I don't know that I could turn it down because it is like my dream, really. It is the one thing that I would love to do, I think maybe above near enough anything else. And that would be if they did the Manhattan Center again. The Manhattan Center in New York, I mean, I would be willing to jump on a plane and go to New York and go to the Manhattan Center because that is where the very first Raws came from. And that is burnt into my brain. Those early Raws. Those Raws from 1993 in that space, in that Manhattan Center, it's just, I grew up with that, I was watching those shows and I remember being disappointed when it wasn't in that space. Because sometimes they would go to other venues, but that first year, it was majority of the time it came from the Manhattan Center. And I've always said that's the big thing I would love to do. I'd love to go and see Raw there. I don't think they would ever do Raw there again. They did for Raw 25, go to the Barclays Center, and then they did aspects from the Manhattan Center. And I was really like, oh, should I, shouldn't I? And I really regret not going. I should have gone. That is one that I'm like, should have done it. There's lots of times in life that you might be like, oh, should I, shouldn't I? And I didn't, and I regret it. So if they ever went back again, and it would probably be an NXT show now, I would love to be in that space. But really, other than that, I don't know. The next one after that would probably be Birmingham Raw. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think I will, but I do think it's a pretty special one. Right, we're at commercial break. Can you tell me when we come back so that we can be in sync again? Yeah. William said no. Daze doesn't need to go. He's with us. Stop being stupid. That is true. Where would William go? No other community would accept him. Think about that. Yeah. Think about William. Right, I think we was at commercial break, and we are just waiting to come back from that. Lisa, shout out to you. William's like, that is facts, actually. I thought your live ended hours ago. It did. This is a new one, an exciting one. I mean, the last one was exciting as well. People acknowledge him. We do still have that Roman segment coming up. Yes. I've been to the Hammerstein a few times. It's a great place for a show. I went to that one night stand one and I saw TNA there. Tom, just know I'm jealous. It's not the Hammerstein though, is it? Because the Hammerstein, I think, is downstairs. There's another one that's upstairs, like the ballroom, is it? I think it's known as the ballroom. It's not the one where One Night Stand was. It's the one where they used to do Raw. But I'd just love to get to that building anyway. I went to New York, but I never even saw the outside of that building. How could a live stream be exciting without us Americans, said Mark. Well, it wasn't. I said before, it sucked. It sucked. It really sucked. The nudist community would accept you, William. That is true, actually. They would. They would. No black screens here. We're back now. Okay, here we go. So, have you got the Alistair Black vignette? We've done an hour and 40 at this point. We are back. Steve, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Yeah, I know the one you're on about, where they did the Raws. Yes. Which I think is just upstairs from... It's like the next floor. It's the exact same building. You are correct. But yeah, I'd love to go to the ballroom. Days, if Vince was still booking and wanted to expand to the little people business, we might have had Tiny E. Langston, Barely Lashley, Wee Barrett, Small Heyman. I do like Small Heyman. I am here for Small Heyman. And Taka Mini Noku. I'm here for Small Heyman. If there isn't a Small Heyman already, then we've really dropped the ball. Okay, Liv versus Jade. Small Heyman is excellent. There it is. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Liv Morgan sign as the Mona Lisa. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Yeah, Johnny. Johnny has sent me an image. And that does look like a nip slip, doesn't it? I mean, I'm not going to show it on stream. I'm not going to do anything with it. It's not my nipple to show, to be honest. It's not my place, is it? But I just want you to know that I've seen it and I'm thrilled. Okay, so Liv is in the ring. And here's Jade making her way down. Now, what do I need to do? I need to end this. I need to end this. I need Joe to tell me what's happening and if Joe had a good time. I need that as well. Jade's making her way down. I don't think I've heard from Joe. I feel like Joe has fired in a very kind super chat and then run away. Oh, no, there we go. I keep answering. Oh, I can't see. Joe, I can't see. Joe, I promise you, I can see that one. I didn't run away. Guys, Joe's ran away. Honestly, kids today. Yeah, if anyone's seen Joe, let me know. But he's done one. No, I'm joking. I can see you now. I couldn't see you before. Madison Square Garden was great. Right, Joe. Thank you, my friend. Were the seats good, though? The video I name dropped you on. Oh, I didn't. I did not see that. Did you, was that on Twitter, buds? Was that on X? Because I will go and see if I can fish it out from the sea of notifications. Zelina Piper, that was... What did you lot say that was? Good night, E4. Oh, you actually enjoyed Zelina Piper a lot more than the European crowd. They gave it good 88. But then I do think a lot of you got nipple. And I don't know that the Europeans were treated to nipple. It probably is going to influence scores, isn't it? To be honest. I mean, I can tell you that Jade's top... I don't think there is any kind of wardrobe malfunction here, but it's hanging on by a wing and a prayer. I called you a boomer during CM Punk's entrance. I don't have X, just Facebook and Instagram. That'll be why, buds. That'll be why. No, it takes all of my time to keep on top of X. So... I don't need to go looking in the sea of X notifications. Was it Instagram or was it Facebook? I'm sure I can find it. Right now, on the feet. Jade coming over. Inzaguri. Big boot coming in there by Jade's. I will try and find that, Joe, and I'll see if I can get it into Unseen later. Kip up there by Jade. It was okay. She gave it a good go. Social media is a matrix. Honestly, when it comes to Unseen, all of my time is spent on just trying to keep up with X notifications. Like, I just flipping drown in stuff. Right, Liv and Raquel have had enough and they're walking away. She's going to be competing in the World Mullet Championships. Yeah, it is quite a look. I don't know that it works for her, but then I don't know much about fashion. Apart from literally everything. William said it's weird the UK censored a nipple. Well, to be honest... They might not have done because I'm watching on Netflix and it's there, so it makes me think it was there earlier. But obviously earlier, we didn't know it was going to slip out, so we weren't looking for it. Now, I knew there was a black screen, so I was looking for it. Do you know what I mean? This is why repeat viewings are essential. Because I might have just been treated to a nipple that I did not see earlier. Okay, crowd are chanting away. We're at commercial break. You're at commercial break? What's going on? I'm not at commercial break. Are you at commercial? Yeah, that I mean. Add commercial. Oh, my God. Right, well, I have botched that then. I don't know how I've botched it. Let me get to a bit where we can go. We're at this bit. Liv grabs Jade, hurls her into the ring post. Right. When Jade gets hurled into the ring post, spoiler, let me know when you're there. Okay? Let me know when you're there. We should probably do 2 streams every week, said Mark. Mark, what if every show there's a nip slip and we just never notice first time, but there is actually always a nipple in there? Think about that. Free the nips, said Vic. Exactly, said Mark. Exactly. Welcome to... Okay, hang on. We'll get to that. I like juicy comments. Let's do Edwards.
Edward Brown LFC won the baddest on the planet. Day's quick question, who do you think is better on Mike, Rock, Punk, Roman, Cena? In order, I think it goes Cena goes to Rock, Roman, Punk. But that's my opinion. All very, very good on the mic. 4 of the best, and I mean that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd have Punk first. And then Rock, Cena, I think, are actually quite close. But I think Rock's had more iconic promo moments. And obviously it was very interesting listening to them go back and forth in their feud. I don't know about Roman. Roman doesn't really do too many kind of promos. I mean, he's not on TV all that much, and when he is, it's not often that he's going back and forth with someone. A lot of the time he's in the ring, you know, historically with his bloodline and Heyman and his, get in the microphone, acknowledge me, and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't know. I would struggle to put Roman at 1 on that. I feel like Punk's probably going to be the accepted answer.
Welcome to Michaela Omg World. I don't know if it really happened or a leak or lie, but they had another match for SmackDown with Liv and Jade, and Naomi interferes wearing yellow and some black in it.
Well, we are currently watching SmackDown, so this is a repeat viewing. Are we even back? Because where are we? Have people even said to me that we are there yet, or are we there? Because I've got Jade going into the ring post still. Are you not at that point? Second time today I'm here, said John. Hello, John. Roman is the GOAT, said Aubrey. Oh, we're back. We are back now. Yeah, but has she gone into the ring posts? We're back. God, we were well out there, weren't we? Well out of sync. Oh, God. What a nightmare. No, said Casper. We back? No, we back. Yeah, but are we at the bit where she goes into the ring post? Boom. No, we're at a headlock. Okay. Well, I'm still waiting then. Still waiting. Patsy, middle of the ring. Yeah, OMG, we're watching it. It's not. This is it live in America. So even though SmackDown has aired, it has not aired in America. So that's why a lot of people are watching it for the first time here. Back on. Yeah, but has she gone into the ring post? That's what I'm waiting for. Has she gone into the ring post? Liv is squeezing Jade's neck. Thank you, Zoom Station. It can't be that far. It wasn't that far in the flipping future. We've all got nips on the brain. I can't focus. Imagine if we've gone past it. Imagine if you're like so far into the future. It can't be right. This can't be right. I don't remember seeing Three Amigos. This can't be right. What's going on? Are you ahead of me now? Perhaps you're ahead of me? I think you are, you know. You are, you know. I've just skipped forwards 4 minutes and now she's doing Three Amigos. Oh my God. Oh my God. Now I've got Liv going like that. Step up in Zaguri. I was paused for ages. And you were flipping 4 minutes in the future. Suplex there by Jade. Oh, God. Now we're getting a wide shot of the crowds. I've already seen this show. Damn it. And now I'm sat here going, are you at this bit? Are you at this bit? You'd gone off. I was like a kid. It's like a kid that had got lost in a supermarket. That's how it felt. You lot had ventured off. Guys, anyone could have snatched me then. Anyone could have snatched me. Picking her up, chucking Liv down. It's crazy how nipples can affect our brains. Mate, I'm all over the show. I'm all over the show. It's completely derailed this stream. Boom. Elbow there by Jade. She's going back. Liv's just kicked out. Okay. Well, I can skip forwards. Right now, she's got her on her shoulders. On the shoulders. Someone said like an F5. There it is. 1, 2. Liv kicks out. Okay. Let me skip forward again. Liv's down. Jade's trying to get her up. Guys, I was still behind. And here's Naomi. Wow. Totes weren't expecting this. But there we go. Naomi has arrived. Backbreaker. Jade on the outside. Naomi with caution tape. Shot coming in. With a title, she gets walloped. She goes down. Yeah, right now we've got Jade down. There's the belt on the outside. Naomi walloping Jade with that title. Boom. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for Liv Morgan. And there is Naomi. Naomi gets in the ring. Liv Morgan picking up the victory. Right now, Naomi unloading on Jade's. And I really like the look of this gear. With like all the caution tape and everything. I think it looks great. But once again, she is unloading on Jade's. We know that Naomi had a real soft spot for Bianca. And she's taken out all that frustration. That friendship has come to an end. She's taking it out on Jade. Boom. Kicks her down. I don't know that Naomi is going to be feeling the glow anymore. But I kind of like this look for her. Right now, she's going to look to drive. Jade down. Oh. She was like, oh man, did you see what I just did there? Oh. Jade goes into the commentary table. She's listening out. Jade is down. Love that. Love that for her. Love that for her. She looks out at the fans. The fans are raining down boos. Naughty Naomi. I've been working on my third poetry book. I've added 3 new poems. I've got about 30, 40 pages so far. Really? They're long poems, aren't they? If you've added... Oh... You've added 3, but you had some already, did you? Sunny, shout out to you. I wonder if Naomi will have new music. No, she'll come out and say, you don't deserve new music. Like that. And she'll blame the fans. And then single out a kid in the crowd. Okay, we got Drew backstage. Drew leaving. I explained things so simply last week, even a 5-year-old could understand. Emo, I remember that line from earlier. Emo vulture. Emo vulture. Someone explain how I'm wrong. Someone verbally explain to me how I'm wrong. You're as tough as you are stupids. I'll be in the land of the only ever British world champion. There we go. And he walks over and bumps into Seth freaking Rollins. That's annoying, isn't it? So here we go. Seth freaking Rollins. Under one roof tonight. Seth, Roman, Punk. Deal with it. Deal with it. But just like that kid, you're in a toxic relationship, says Dennis. How long before they just straight up start stabbing each other? That's going to happen in AEW actually very, very soon. We are almost at that point. The ladies are killing it on all the shows, said Zoom Station. Signs of the Nights. Okay, let's get... I don't know that I did a thing for the Liv match, but let's do that now. This is Jade against Liv. Tell you what, he's all fired up, isn't he, on Wade? Sunday on LFG. This Sunday. Now that Vince and his clown gimmick ideas are gone, Jon Moxley needs to return to WWE, said Port Blazer. Soon, Saw Traps will be in AEW. Mox gets paid more in AEW. Why would he leave, said Frankie. McDiesel said, I still love Mox. Nightmare said, please don't give Mox any more ideas. I just saw that George Foreman's passed away. Has he? Is that breaking news? Is that breaking news? Bum, bum, bum. Is it on his Wikipedia? It does not say anything on his Wikipedia, so the internet is currently saying he's still alive. Where have you heard that, buds? I used to have his grill. We all did. We all had his grill. What a monster success that was. And then air fryers came along and, you know. When George Foreman came back from retirement, he argued his success was due to healthy eating. He was approached by Sultan Inc., which was looking for a spokesman for its fat-reducing grill. As of 2009, the George Foreman grill had sold over 100 million units. Sultan paid him $138 million in 1999. Prior to that, he was paid about 40% on the profits, which meant he was earning about $4.5 million a month. A month. That yielded a total amount of about 200 million, which was substantially more than he earned when he was a boxer. Mate, he earned 200 million from the George Foreman grill. I can't say I'm surprised, though. I mean, everyone flipping either had one or knew someone that had one. We had one. Bum, bum, bum. Well, if that is true, and Wikipedia has not caught up yet, that is very, very sad news, but probably not incredibly shocking considering he's 76, but incredibly sad for one of the world's greatest ever boxers. One of the world's greatest ever sportsmen, and what he was certainly able to... what he was able to achieve. Is it being confirmed? Yeah, people are saying RIP. I don't know if it's not hit the UK. It's not hit Wikipedia. Is it on CNN? Where's good for sport? Well, this would be bigger than sport, wouldn't it? It's not on that. Is it on Fox News? Balance. No. I believe it, but I just can't see it. TMZ. Oh. TMZ. Let's have a look. TMZ. There. Oh my God. It's froze me. It's froze me as I'm digesting the news. Guys, I've disappeared. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, do you know what? I'm not important. I've stepped away. I've stepped away for a moment. This is what's important here. You can't see, but I'm pointing at it. The article, that is. And, yeah, there he is with his grill. That's an advert from 2006. Days has given up. Ghost Days. Days Cena. One of the true greats. A two-time heavyweight champion. Yeah, really sad. Guys, you can't see me, but I've just I've just gone to use his grill out of respect. I am just cooking up something out of respect. I'm still here, though. Look. Boom. Right, where are we? I am... Okay. I'm at the bit where we're getting the new tag champs coming down. Let me know when you're there. Street Profits, new music. Oh, you are there. Okay. Hulk Hogan will live forever. Hulk Hogan doesn't have enough money. Yeah, Hogan said it was originally going to be here. I don't know how true that was. I'm not. Oh, right, I'm pausing it then. I've paused it. Let me know when Street Profits are making their way out. Oh, my God. Just coming down. Okay. I'm back now. Okay, here we go then. Street Profits. Yeah. They're being announced now. Right, I might just be a little bit ahead, so I'll skip back behind. But we've only got 50 minutes, so I think we're going to be there or thereabouts. Hogan lies best. WWE need to send Def Rebel to hell, said Spanter Crow. Is this a new theme? It is a bit of a new theme by the sounds of it, isn't it? So... Okay, so Street Profits are making their way down to the ring. Did Montez just acknowledge Roman? Oh, I've not seen him do that. He's going to be the secret third man. Yeah. This ain't it, is it really? This new music. Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum. But it doesn't have that kind of fun vibe to it. But then, they're not as much fun as they used to be. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if they want the smoke anymore. They might do. This is kind of a thing. This is a thing now. Well, I don't know if it'll become a thing. I don't like it. I'm just going to stop doing it. I got a bit conscious. Okay. You deserve it is the chance. You deserve it. Yes, they do, says Joe. Joe has confirmed they did deserve it. They did deserve it, guys. So, Street Profits are in the ring. I've heard that you are very generous and very beautiful. So, there we go. Street Profits holding up those tag titles. It's going to be a wild night, said Rishi. I thought that George was older than 76. It's about damn time. Okay, so Street Profits in the ring. Real talk. A lot of doubt has been creeping in. You deserve it is the chant. You deserve it. You deserve it is the chant. You deserve it. Us holding these titles has made it all worth it. For the past 4 years. I know I can always count on my brother. Okay, so Montez and Angelo Dawkins are just having a bit of a love-in. What's this? Rhea shares the one autograph she must have. I've not seen that. We'll put that in unseen. That could be interesting. What one autograph does Rhea want? Okay, so Los Garza have made their way down and absolutely no one gives a flip. Although the Italian fans are pretty engaged. Okay, that last match scored. This was Liv Jade, good 95. Earlier, they said it was good 94. So everything has been scored as good so far. You can tell that Montez and Dawkins are close because Montez could have left and done singles matches. That is true. That is very true. Okay, so Santos is saying that Los Garza are ready to get those titles. But yes, boy! Yes, boy! Here we go. Yes, boy! It's pretty deadly. Does it feel like WrestleMania season? Because after SmackDown, there's just an overwhelming sense that people aren't feeling it. Well, we're still on SmackDown. Obviously, we've still got Roman, Seth, Punk coming up. So, pretty deadly. Say to Los Garza, step aside. This is personal. Okay, so Santos tells Pretty Deadly to stay out of it. I think Dawkins could have been a single star. They could have explored the singles career path instead of sticking together. Jade, Days, could you take Liv versus Jade down? It's so confusing. Yeah, but we're about to build something else. Here we go. Tonight, let's get loco, Chico. And we want the smoke. So there we go. Street Profits have challenged Los Garza to a match. And I think Pretty Deadly have just got to, like, shuffle off. So, Street Profits, Los Garza, that's what we're moving on to. Right. They really tried to fix this tag division, but it's just boring, says Porky Pig. Yeah, there kind of was criticism of that earlier as well, to be honest. Right, I think we are at, or going to commercial break, so... let me go back. Okay. Let me know when we're back from commercial break. We've only got 40-odd minutes to go, so I don't think the gap should be too big anymore. Right, did you know that NXT has beaten Dynamite 18 straight weeks in total viewers since November 19th? This week was the closest, though, 676 to 658. It's been a good run. You aren't dead until Wikipedia updates, said Zoom Station. Has it updated yet? Sparta Crow said, I've watched both streams today. I am saluting you just like how Wade Barrett salutes Chelsea Green, my friends. You're a real one. Right, Damon said, Vegas, Saturday, April, Sunday, Steel Cage, Smackdown, Friday. There is a lot going on during WrestleMania weekend. Edward said, I've just seen R.I.P. George Foreman. If true, R.I.P. to a legend. One of the greatest boxers and athletes and grill makers. Never be forgotten. One of the reasons that I started boxing, I loved him. It is very, very sad. He is, one of the greats. And the fact that he was able to come back as well, as late in his career as he was, and find the success that he did. I think that will long be an inspiration to athletes and people. So, Days, I watched the pre-show, but I stepped out when it started earlier, says Lisa. Lisa, that is understandable. Hey, we've had 2 hours 20. So, how are people feeling about this show? What do people think about this SmackDown? We've got 40 minutes left. Obviously, we've still got the big segment still to come. Christopher, shout out to you, my friends. NXT is usually better than SmackDown, said A. Jobson. Can't anyone update Wikipedia? I don't really know how it works, to be honest. I don't really know how that works. King Yeti said, do you remember that was supposed to be Hogan's Grill? Well, he said it was. I don't know how much truth there is to that. It could be true. I mean, I don't know, but I know he said it. And there's people that are like, sure thing, boomer. So, yeah, he said it was his, but I don't know if that's true. It might be true, though. Not sure. I wonder if that is true. I wonder if it was meant to be him. SmackDown, I think, is about a 7, said Nathan. Jeremy gives it a 6. This show needs more underboobs. I don't know, dude. We got the full shebang. Yeah. We got the full performance earlier. Just saying. Days, I love that WWE is traveling because all fans need to have the experience. I agree. I do miss them being America, Canada, and normal time, but they'll be back soon. Okay, vignettes. Did you see the vignettes? Have you just had the vignette? Please respond. We back. It would be more cheesy if it was the Hulk Hogan grill. It wouldn't have aged as well. I know that much. It wouldn't have aged as well. Okay, it is Los Garza Street Profits. And of course, we've got the main event coming up, which is going to be Roman Punk Seth Rollins. Matt said, I've got a Hogan bread maker. Jay said, this show is very okay. Highlight has probably been the nips. Isn't that always the way? Isn't that always the highlight, eh? So, right now we've got Berto throwing in some chops. And back against the ropes. Flipping him over, grabbing him, planting him down. Big kicks coming in. So, Angel is in there at the moment, and off come the trousers. Love that. Oh, and he throws them right in the face of Dawkins, and Dawkins really did not appreciate that. But then you wouldn't, would you, if a man took his trousers off and threw them in your face? You wouldn't appreciate it. Okay, Angel throwing down some shots there to Montez. Yeah, Montez is upside down in the corner at the moment. Kicks coming in as Los Garza are very much in control. Very much in control. Kicks coming in, big kicks coming in. Montez going down. What you gonna do, brother, when Matt puts Hogan stickers on a Foreman grill? Ray Phoenix coming soon, said Woken Matt Hardy. Yeah. Ray Phoenix. On the way. It was confirmed earlier today that he had signed, but a lot of people had already matched up the tattoos from last week. Right now, we've got Dawkins, boom, colliding into the corner. Berto up against the ropes. Over the other side. Over the top. Top rope pulled down. Top rope pulled down. Through the ropes goes Berto. And is that going to take us to commercial break? Look at that. Through the ropes. Boom. On top of Dawkins. Commercial break. Oh my God, these commercial breaks. Jesus Christ. I'm skipping forward a whisper. Okay. I have just skipped forward to where we come back, so I feel like these streams are just like, tell me when we're back. You're about 30 seconds behind. Well, I'm at commercial break. Tell me when we're back. Marcus said, check Wikipedia. I live in the United States. It said he was still alive, but I went back and now it says he's passed away. No, everyone's talking about it online. It's just that this community is super quick. And I think we actually had the exclusive. So, but now, like the past 5 minutes, I'm seeing a lot of other accounts kind of posting about it now. So, unfortunately, the tragic news is true. But I sold all my Hogan merch. I bet you're not alone. Has anyone heard Nikita Lyons' diss track? No, I've heard of it, but I haven't heard it. Is it good? Do you rate it? Cena won't fight. It would risk insurance for movies. That's a stupid thing. Oh, Cena will be fighting. He'll be fighting at WrestleMania. This is his final. I mean, he's already had matches, hasn't he? I would love to meet Days one day. It's on my bucket list, said Lisa. Well, Lisa, I can tell you as someone that has been there for Days meet and greets that they are very, very underwhelming. Days does not live up to his end of the bargain. Whatever you think it's going to be like, it's going to be around about 5% of that. However awesome you think it would be, dial that down by about 95%. Mick Diesel said, Jake Paul isn't even a thought until you type it. Jake Paul isn't even a thought. What's this? What's happening? Have we got other conversations going on? That's okay. I will allow other conversations. We are back now. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Just over half an hour to go. Is this going to be the greatest half an hour in the history of WWE? Back from commercial break. I had the Hulkamania workout set, did you? Mate, that's a blast from the past. Kick coming in there. Los Guys are looking really good at the moment. B. Shoy said John Cena is the strongest and the best. A. Jobson said this Mania season feels like it is the first full season of a Vinceless company. There's signs of inexperience, and I sense a bit of a tug of war between Triple H and Rock's camps. Joe, shout out to you, bud. Said, I sent the pictures from a video from MSG to the kids that run your Facebook page. Oh, there ain't no kids that run Facebook page, buds. That is probably part of the problem. There is no one that runs any of this but me. If anyone replies or puts anything on Twitter, it's me. If anyone posts anything, it's me. There is literally no one here. Is anyone here? Is there anyone around? Guys, did anyone check the Facebook stuff? No, they've said no. That is the problem. So I will get to it though, my friend. I will jump over there. Wish me luck. Kit coming in. Is that the name, is it, that I'm looking for? Made by Dawn said, I'm currently doing some artwork whilst listening to you. What is it, Dawn? What is your artwork? Do you need me to pose? Yeah. I mean, I can do... I'm ready. I'm ready. I can do whatever you need, really, Dom. Surprise. Shock. For anyone wants to know, this is the 100 best-selling albums of the 1990s. Wow, turns out MC Hammer did really well, so love that for him. Love that for him. Yeah, look, this is a thing. They're really trying to, I don't know if they're trying to get it over, if it's just organically happened, but that's a thing. Against the ropes. Big clothesline there by Montez. The contrast is all wrong, says Made by Dawn. Oh, I'm sure you'll fix it. I still want to know what it is, though, Dawn. What is it? What is your artwork? Maybe that is a thing in their side of the world. What is going on? Oh, this. Time jump. Are we out of sync a little bit again? Are we out of sync? What is happening, said it? I don't know, actually, MP. Did they stream at 3 and now double duty? Double duty. That move got the crowd so hyped, said Dennis. Please answer my question. Yeah, Bashoy says, what's your favourite wrestler? Mine is John Cena. I would have to go with Undertaker or Shawn. It'd have to be one of those. Sign in the crowds said, we want a PLE. That's what the sign in the crowd said. I just read it. He lands on his feet there, Montez, and this thing's going again. Back at school, that used to mean I want to bonk you. Like that. Bonk, bonk, bonk. And that's what you would say to a girl, I want to bonk you. And then she'd let you. Big superplex there by Montez. What? I wonder, do kids do that anymore? Yeah, you and me. I see you. I see you, baby. Bonk, 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 bonk. I bet that's not a thing now. God, these kids. Right, we've got Berto down. He's rolling over to the other side. Who says bonk? Said Doctor. Listen, you know all the language of love when you're a youngster. I'm no stranger to the language of love. To the outside goes Berto. Bonk you donk. I mean, if you can. Badonka-donk. Oof. That was the next level, that was. Big shot there by Dawkins. Santos goes to the outside. Dawkins going against the ropes. Air Dawkins! Oh, overshot it, mate. Overshot it. Went all the way over. Montez is a big splash. Huge. 1, 2. There we go. It's a win. They were really into that, weren't they? But then Italians, they do love a bonking. Like that. They flipping loved it. Bonk the clown, said McDiesel. Let's go. That's not advice I would give. I did that to a woman and I got kicked out of the mall. Times have changed, said Big Killer. What? What, you did that to a woman? How close was you? You did that to a woman in a mall? In my mind, there's like a young lady just like in Hot Topic browsing. She looks over and then there you are over the other side of the mall, just like that. I want to bonk you. She's like going through the rails. She's like, and it didn't work. What the flip? I hate women. They make life so hard. Right. That is the back shot technique, says Jay. Joe said, I don't want to bonk you, but I love you. That's a Valentine's Day saying, isn't it? I think I've seen that written in cards. Beautiful. Beautiful. Joe, shout out to you, my friend. Who can forget the Raw 2007 from Italy with Vince talking and the crowd doing the soccer pop, and then Vince got peeved and told him, shut up. Shut up. Italian crowds are so good. They've been great tonight. How dare you make a pass at my wise man? Right, we are at commercial break again. When we come back from this commercial break, there'll probably be another commercial break. Days, you should do a profit arm pump pose nude for Dawn. Yeah, Dawn. Made by Dawn. First of all, can I just double check? Are you younger than 16? Because 16's legal in this country, so that's fine. Dawn, are you younger than 16? I got to check for insurance purposes. Once we've established you're older, then I am going to ask you if... Well, let's establish if you're older first. I don't want to be getting in any trouble. You know what I mean? Days, I'm not going to lie. I've got slight tears in my eyes. Was it from that? Was it that? Oh, at the Foreman news. Okay. He was one of the best on a very small list of boxers. And I'm an old woman. I'm an art YouTuber. Okay, done. Would it help if I posed naked and did this? Would that? I think that would bring you views and nightmares. I'm just saying, Dawn. Are you an art YouTuber? Dawn, where do I find your work? This community is going to want to know. This community is going to want answers. What do I search? What do I search? What do you do? Do you do nudes? Do I search nudes? What do I put in? Dawn. Made by Dawn. Nudes. What do I search? Days, will you answer my question? Well, I'm just trying to find the Made by Dawn art. Because all art features naked people, done it, to be honest. Don't Google that, said Dotsaluchalala. Well, I'm not Googling it. I'm putting it into YouTube. Made by Dawn. Made by Dawn. And I don't put nudes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, you are legit there. Oh, yeah, I'm not there, though. I forgot I disappeared, didn't I? So you can hear, look, there at the top, Made by Dawn. Look, Dawn, I'm going to subscribe. Oh, my God, look at that. I'm going to click on this as well. How long have you been doing this for? Oh, 2012. But I'm guessing you've not been, have you been uploading since then? Guys, I'm exploring oldest. 6 years. 6 years. How many videos? 600? Dude, 6 years, 600 videos, 100 videos a year. Putting the work in. I respect that. I respect that. Guys, if you want to show support, hey, Dawn, you need to get to 1,000, don't you, in order to start monetizing. And I think you need a certain amount of watch time as well. But if you're on YouTube, guys, and you're really into, like, nudes, I can't guarantee that Dawn does nudes. But you can go to Made by Dawn. It's this one right here. You won't see me. I've disappeared. I've gone to check out the channel. But I'm there. Right. Can we... Day's nude would be cartoony, says Nightmare. It would be a nightmare. Can I just ask, please, where are we in regards to the show? Yes, I do. Thank you. There we go. She does nudes. Very exciting. Shout out to you, my friends. Commercial. Oh, Triple H ads. Oh, yeah, I'm at Triple H ad. Triple H returns. This happened ages ago. They can't make out that happened today. Triple H ads. Do you keep a beanie down there? Yes. Protection. Casper said, since Days is ignoring me. Yeah, where are you? You're at commercial. People are saying back. They are blowing Triple H. Oh, I've not got to that bit. We're at a DIY segment. You're at a DIY guys, is everyone at slightly different points? What's going on? What's going on? Com reports esports. Jesus. I butchered that, didn't I? I'll get it read out. Here's DIY.
Crompty.com esports.
Crompty.com esports. Shout out to you, my friend. Yes, boy! We got pretty deadly. Guys, we got 19 minutes left. That's it. I watched SmackDown live in the country of Belize. But I do enjoy the watch along. Hey, maybe I don't. Where is that live now in Belize? Where's Belize? Does anyone know where Belize is? Is that even a real place? Belize. Oh, where's that? Oh. 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 Oh, that's nice. Hey, what's it like in Belize? Belize is just south of Mexico in the Gulf of Mexico, America. Well, are you actually? You might not quite be in the Gulf of Mexico, America. And look at this. What a disgrace. I'm not there, but look, it says Gulf of Mexico. And then in brackets, it says Gulf of America. Shouldn't that just be Gulf of America now? It's a bit awkward, isn't it? Maybe I don't. Yeah, it's a real country. I know. I can see it on the map. I believe it exists now. It was once a British colony. I speak English, and I know the British ways. Oh, what, moaning? Moaning, being grumpy. These are the British ways. No, it looks in a lovely place. I mean, I bet the weather is amazing. Just above Honduras. What's the crime like? Because when I think of Mexico, I think of cartels. Do you have cartels? Waffling, complaining, being polite. That's the one. That's the one. We've got a very good understanding. It's tropical. Right, what have we got now? Here's Roman. OTC. 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 Yeah, man, OTC time. Here's Roman. OTC's walking out. Oh, I don't have him walking out yet. Ba, 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 ba. Not cartels, but it is tropical and hot. Oh, that's great. You've got the weather and you don't have the cartels. You're eating good, mate. You're winning at life there. OTC, OTC, OTC. Don, where do you live? Do you live Belize City? Or do you live Hopkins? Or Hattieville? Do you know that you've got a place by you called the Great Blue Hole? Did you know that? And quite a lot of, like, forests by the looks of it. I've gone from not... Dude, there's a place in Belize called Ladyville. Maybe I don't. Do you live in Ladyville? The airport's in Ladyville. The plane just landed in Ladyville. Sounds very dirty. Very dirty. Right, here's Roman making his way down. No, I don't live in Ladyville. I live in Ladyville. Oh, yeah. Do you live in Manlyville, then? Giggity? Oh, yeah. Blue Hole? Oh, yeah. Ladyville? Oh, yeah. You would live in Ladyville. I would so live in Ladyville. I do live in Ladyville. And if anyone tries to tell you that I don't, you tell them otherwise. Yeah, it looks lovely, Tom. It looks lovely. I just want you to know that I'm jealous because I have to live in this awful country. And you get to go to Miss Patty's Brazilian food or whatever. Belizean food. What is Belizean food? But it's good. Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm officially jealous. Right. I'm a full-time nurse as well. Are you? Oh my God, you're such a better person than me. Oh, anything else you want to add? You do art. You're a nurse. You live in Belize. You don't have to worry about the cartel. You got lovely weather. Anything else you want to make me feel bad about? Roman's getting into the ring, by the way. I've been a wrestling fan since 1983. Really? That's very cool. Do you ever get wrestlers coming to Belize? Roman, by the way, yeah, he is still getting in the ring. What is behind him? I don't know what bit you're up to. I've got him just getting into the ring now. There's Heyman. Heyman's getting into the ring as well. Roman Reigns in the ring. We've got 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes. No, we've never had a wrestling event, but Orton did visit 2 months ago, did he? Randy Orton just randomly popped to Belize a couple of months ago. That's very cool. Okay, Roman in the middle of the ring. Days, my favourite moment of Days was when he was seeing a clip on X and an AI pornographic ad about Days showed up during a live stream, and you was like, where did that come from? I sort of vaguely remember that. I don't remember it being an AI pornographic clip of me, though. I don't know that we need that message being out there. Okay, we are acknowledging. K-Dub is acknowledging. Here we go. Here we go. What is Roman Reigns going to say? What is he going to do? Some people wondering if Heyman might do something here. Crowd are chanting OTC. 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 Heyman handing his... Look at what's Heyman do. He handed the microphone over, and then like a giggly girl, he was like... Be quiet, crowd, said Lone Star Friend. Heyman acknowledging. Here we go. They are... I don't know what they're chanting, but they're chanting away at the moment. Italy is singing to Roman Reigns. I think, is it something like there's only one tribal chief, maybe? There's only one tribal chief. One tribal chief. Something like that. OTC. 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 Bologna. Yeah, Bologna. Acknowledge me. Acknowledge me. And they did. Because they're simps. OTC. OT. Look at all this. Look at all this in the chat. Loads of acknowledging. Your OTC loves you. So that's why I'm going to tell you what's on my mind. CM Punk screwed me. I did not see that. So last week, he screwed CM. I never saw that either. Seth Rollins tried to kill me. It's okay. Because last week in the garden, I tried to kill him. We weren't in the garden last week, was we? Was it last week? OTC. OTC. Here's the deal. I'm going to take my time. I could be here for another 15, 20 minutes. I think USA Network are like, what? Sorry, what? I don't think you will be, young man. Burn it down! Burn it all down! Here comes Mr. Cringe. Okay, Seth making his way down to the ring. What is he wearing? Alan said, USA Network disagrees, my tribal chief. Seth Blueberry Rollins. I thought he looked like an ice pack. That you would put in like an ice box. Other people feel like he looks like a quilt, maybe a fly. Last year at WrestleMania, when the Shield music hit, I was hoping it would be Dean Ambrose, but it was Seth. Oh. Right, Seth getting into the ring. He looks like a blue Solo cup. He looks like he was hanging out in Willy Wonka's factory. I hate this effing song, said Wrestling Russ. Seth needs to take off the bugged eye shades. Lisa said, hear me out. Dawn being a nurse could give you another reason to disrobe in her... in case there's something wrong. Oh, there are many things wrong. Okay, the crowd are singing away. I've sent you a pic of what I am doing whilst I'm listening. Okay. We can get to that. I'm still not on this screen. There we go. That's what's Dawn is. I can see the stream on your laptop as well. Shout out to you and your laptop. And shout out to your artwork. Is that all done by pen, is it? It's nice. Colourful. Vibrant. The opposite of what it's like being in this country. Okay, Seth says, you don't understand how dangerous CM Punk is. You should have let me finish CM Punk when I had the chance. He's very angry. I get it. It's not about him. It's never been about him. It's you and me. It's always been you and me. Look at Heyman in the background. Heyman's like... I think he really hates Seth. He's just waiting for Roman to, like, twat him. I nearly said murked. CM Punk. CM Punk. It's all by pen, says Tom. It's nice. It's good bits. It's time we added another chapter. Ooh. Ooh, another chapter. Here we go. Look in my eyes What can you see? CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. Cult of personality. Punk in the entranceway then. We're running out of time here, kids. We're running out of time. I really want this match to main event night 1, said Dr. Lucha Lala. How long is this, said TJF. Well, we've only got 3 minutes, so they ain't left much time for this, have they? They haven't left much time for this. I really feel like this segment needed longer. Wrestling fan said there's only 3 minutes left. Yeah. I don't know what he's doing at the moment. Seth was just doing something with his hands. Is he being told we've only got 3 minutes or something? Roman looking over at CM Punk. CM Punk just singing along to his theme song. Dave, you need to watch the film Biography. It's a true story called By George Foreman. It is so good. Biography. What is it? George Foreman's biography? Finally, the Punk has come back. Here he is. He's having a lovely time. He's having quite the jolly. Okay, CM Punk then has got a microphone. Love that Roman and Seth have matching man buns. Yeah. I wonder if they did that on purpose. Cult of personality. CM Punk with the microphone, holding it up in the air. CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. Loud CM Punk chants. Before the circus kicks off, let's talk some facts. Grimace! Grimace! He calls Seth Grimace! I didn't screw you, Roman. It's every man for themselves in the Rumble, Roman. Your wise man should have clued you into that. So he talks about helping him at War Games. I'm owed a favor. Now! Not now. Not now. Thank you for delivering your tribal chief to me. Roman's like, what? From behind! CM Punk from behind nails Roman. These are brawling away. Seth is brawling as well. Boom. Shots coming in there by Roman. Roman in the one corner. We got Seth over in the other. Did we get all of the match scores? Did we do one for that? I don't think we did one, did... Oh, it's here. Silly. Right, well, flipping, talking. Time for talking's over. Good 100. So, earlier they said it was good 96 for Los Garza against Street Profits. You lot just said good 100. Crowd are booing. Crowd are booing. I never liked Seth after breaking up the Shields. OTC for life. People are acknowledging. This is a fight, said Wrestling Fan. We have got other refs that are in there now. It's Brawler Mania. CM Punk on the announce table. Come on! You and you. I'm the best in the world. He points up at that WrestleMania sign. Why did they give this segment no time? Entrances were longer, and that is a shame. That is true. That is true. Shots coming in there by Punk. Against the ropes goes Seth through the ropes. Brawling on the outside. Seth now points at the sign. Seth pointing up at the sign. So we've had CM Punk pointing at the sign. We've had Seth pointing at the sign. We only need Roman pointing at the sign. And then we've got the full shebang. The full shebonk. Roman Reigns with the ring steps. And again. Roman is laying out both of these. Loud OTC chants. Roman stands on those ring steps, looks around, points at the WrestleMania sign. And there we go. And that is the end of the show. And there we go. That was it. That was SmackDown. Out of 10, what would you score that show? What did you think about that show? Did it tickle your fancy? Or did it not quite do that for you? What did you think about this week's SmackDown? Did it live up to expectation? I can tell you that the poll is now live over on the Wrestling Days Opinions channel. If you want to go and vote over there, you can. No one will stop you. Let's go back over here and let's go to live. I need to get back to the chats. I can see them on screen, but it's better here. Okay, 625 said Alan. What are you doing, Road Dog said Dotsa Lucha Lala. Thomas said 7.5. Hannah says 8.2. Vic said it did not tickle my taint. Vic, I am so sorry to hear that. Who Review gives it a 6. Chris gives it an 8, a 10 out of 10. Zoom Station with a 7. TJF said, how bored was you? Well, to be perfectly honest, I knew this show was not the greatest show in the world. So when we started this stream, it was like, hopefully there's going to be some stuff we missed first time around. And you know what? There was a nipple, and I am so grateful for that. So, Nipplegate, said Philip. Yes. Norma said 525. Ryan said the Street Profits was the only good thing on the show. A. Jobson said I was locked in at a 725, and the ending definitely bumped it up. Wrestling Russ with a 7. Larry said 6.5. Larry, hope you will. Rodney said 0 out of 10. Lisa with a 6.88. Amethyst gives it a 10 because of Roman. Nightmare a 4.2. Stephen with a 6.75. Mike with an 8. Jeremy with a 7. Matador 5.5. Greg with an 8. Boring Show says Hasib. Tuya with a 6.75. Hannah said Days. I feel like this version of Days has been on top game past couple of years, and it's possibly due to your divorce from AEW streaming. Maybe it is. Keep up the funny work, Tribal Chi. Hannah, shout out to you, my friends. Maybe you're right. Perhaps I'm in like mentally just like a great place now because I don't watch AEW. I mean, I will say that I've seen some clips that look good. I think all the Tony Storm stuff looks really fun. And actually, I even saw some clips of Mercedes against Billy Starks, and that was pretty good. So I definitely think they've got some good stuff going on over there. But I'm quite happy with the amount of wrestling that I consume already on a weekly basis. Spicy698 said 745. Zoom Station said SmackDown has been struggling, but this one was decent. Jim, hello, Jim. Said I was going to rate it 9, but 789. Lex Bliss Gamer, hello with a 6. Dark Angel with an 8. Mr. Fury said still no Alexa. Made by Dawn, who lives in Belize. She lives in Ladyville. Scores it a 6. Eric with an 8. Jadam said the Italian crowd is chicken soup for the soul. Roman, Punk, and Seth had to be drinking it in. Yeah, no Alexa, no Wyatt 6, no glitches or teases. And honestly, I think we've got to get past this European tour. Steve said, Days, do we think, other than the top end, WWE, rest of the cards, ain't it? Like Raw and SmackDown, literally, other than Cody, Cena, Punk, Seth, Roman, Randy, KO, nothing else hits. Well, I don't know. It depends how you feel about EO and Rhea, Bianca. Depends how you feel about Tiffy time, you know? I mean, I think you've still said a decent chunk there, actually, about Cody, Cena, Punk, Seth, Roman, Randy, KO. I mean, that's 3 matches. And then you got EO, Bianca, Rhea, which I don't think's bad. Tiffany and Charlotte. Some of the builds could be better, don't get me wrong. You know, there's a lot of pretty generic builds, like kind of not a great deal, kind of. Where's the someone getting whipped in the rain segment coming from? Is that going to be Cody again? Is The Rock going to be... I mean, we do have The Rock arriving soon enough. He is meant to be on one of the next couple of Raws. Maybe we could get something really juicy there. When I think of WrestleMania builds, I don't know about you, but I think about that segment. That was my, that was probably my favorite TV segment from last year, was The Rock in the rain whipping down on Cody. I mean, it was very cinema with the rain coming down outside the bus and everything. And I think that's what people want. They want that. They want Bronson doing a tsunami on the top of a car. They want someone going around someone's house. They want some stuff happening backstage, like someone being attacked, but not just like a brawl, but like, a bit of a mystery. Kind of like Who Attacked Jade. But give us that as part of the WrestleMania builds. People, they don't just want match, someone comes down after. And we have had a lot of that. Like here on this show, we had Naomi interrupting during the match. We had Pretty Deadly kind of coming down. I mean, I don't know what's happening with the tag division. I don't know what the WrestleMania plans are for that. But, yeah, glitches, QR codes. I don't know. I feel like you could write down about 20, 30 interesting things that you could do. And WWE aren't doing a great deal of interesting things at the moment. But, I mean, that kind of brawl at the end. I mean, I've got an image in front of me here. If you have a look at this image, I'm not on screen again, right? Because you get what you deserve and you don't deserve me. But here, look, we've got that image of Roman pointing up at the sign and like shouting at the camera. Like, it's a cool looking image. That looks pretty cool. I'm not hating on that. But like, there wasn't much of a promo at the end, was there? I don't know about you, but I wanted to see Roman really going off on the mic to CM Punk. I wanted CM Punk to be like ripping Seth apart on the microphone. And do you remember last year when it was Seth, Punk, and Drew? And that was the build to WrestleMania. And like Punk was going to be on commentary. and we had that amazing kind of promo between those three. Kind of felt like this was the opportunity to kind of deliver a segment that was of that caliber. And yeah, I agree. They didn't really give it much time, did they? They didn't really give it much time. So, I don't know. I saw the show earlier. It did not live up to last week. I found it to be a little bit paint by numbers, pretty straightforward stuff. Not really anything that rocks the boat. And I was kind of like, okay, we'll watch it again. We'll see what people think. I think you lot have enjoyed it more than the first stream. First stream was really not massively feeling it. I think you lot have probably enjoyed it a little bit more, but I think we can probably agree it was a step down from last week. When Undertaker and Cena interfered in Roman versus Cody, what if Stone Cold and Triple H and Undertaker come back to help? Triple H wouldn't, because he's got heart issues. I mean, Stone Cold could get involved this year, yes. The best the show offered was promos. KO, Randy, Tiffany, Charlotte. Main event, which was needed, but it needed way more time than 5 minutes. Matt Diesel, shout out to you, my friends. Are we looking forward to the Triple Threat? Yeah, I think the match will be good. I mean, we, just for those, I know people are drifting away, we are back tomorrow with UFC, and of course we'll be back on Monday with Monday Night Raw. Cena and Cody will be on that show. I feel like Drew is carrying the Drew Priest storyline as well. Not super excited, but it could still be a great match, said Dr. Luchalala. Matt has said, I'm on board with the international community. Brony said, is next week the last show that will air at 7 p.m. UK time? I don't believe so. I don't know about SmackDown, actually, because I feel like it is 3 weeks, and this is the second one, so maybe next week would be the third. So maybe next week is the final SmackDown. But I believe we've still got then a Raw after that. I don't know about you, but the US version of the show was somehow better than the earlier version. Well, I think because if you watched it earlier, you knew what to expect. You knew not to get your, expectations too high. And so perhaps that helped. Hasib said, I agree, the matches will be great, but at least give them good builds. Otherwise, what's the point in Raw and SmackDown? Might as well just go full UFC. Does it feel like Mania season to you, said I am Philip? Well, it does feel like Mania season in the sense of Cena, Cody, Roman, Punk, Seth, all circling around each other, Charlotte back, going after Tiffany. Like, it does feel like WrestleMania season in the sense of some of the star power that's around. But then, there's aspects of the show where, that opening tag match could have been a flipping house show. Damian Jimmy against Shinsuke Drew. I mean, granted, Drew afterwards, laid out Damian and had a few words, but that doesn't feel like it's anything special. Zelina Piper, I actually thought that match was okay. But again, is that kind of where we should be? I really don't understand why that final segment got as little time as it got, But does it feel like WrestleMania season? I'd have to say, even though people are like a bit down on kind of this WrestleMania season, there's enough star power around. Like, it's not, we're seeing Roman this week. I think he's around next week. We're expecting The Rock soon. We just had Cena on Raw. Cody's in a red hot angle with him after the turn at Elimination Chamber. So if you add all of that in, yes. But there are aspects that people will be like, Los Garza against Street Profits. Is that WrestleMania season? Well, yes, because we're in it. So it is. But I do understand those that are a bit underwhelmed. I would love to see Triple H come in, give The Rock a pedigree. Stone Cold could come in and give The Rock a stunner. Undertaker could give The Rock a tombstone. I think that kind of loads of legends, that was sort of done last year, so I don't think we're going to get loads of that this year. I think you could get Stone Cold, but I don't know that it's going to be like a repeat of last year, where it was like this person, then this person. Nico, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoyed the show. Days, it's me, Christopher, from Detroit. How do I find the Opinions channel? It's just on YouTube, but just put in Wrestling Days Opinions and then you'll track it down. I don't know if you knew, but the USA version of the stream last week had bigger viewing numbers than the UK version. That's a talking point. Yeah. I don't. It won't be that way this time. Actually, I think the stream earlier today was bigger. So I think what might have happened is that people in America were like, right, I need to make sure that I'm on that earlier stream this week. And I think actually there was people that maybe didn't know last week that have found a way of making it work this week, because our numbers for the stream earlier were not too far short of what we normally do on a normal stream. So anything here is sort of additional. So, I think you'll see that different this week. Brony said, I like Tiffy, but I do feel like they might have pushed her to the top of the card a bit too quickly. She seems a bit nervous when she's cutting promos. Do you know, I can't remember on what stream I said this, but I stand by, to me, it feels like Tiffany's promo was very normal. Like, it was very, this, I'm going to say this, you say that, I'll come back with this, and then I'll end on, but it's Tiffy time, and, you know, that'll be how it ends. And actually, what happened was the promo started and Charlotte jumped in. And I'm not saying that Charlotte was wrong to do that, but Charlotte jumped in and she was like, actually, the Queen talks first. And I feel like they might have discussed that was going to happen, but I found that things like that just upset the rhythm seemed to kind of affect Tiffany a bit. Tiffany still was able to stick in there and deliver the line she needed to deliver, but I felt that Charlotte came across as a lot more comfortable because Charlotte was just not rattled. She was sat there and like listening, and then she'd come in with some stuff. And whenever Tiffany said something, Charlotte had a response. And I kind of felt like Tiffany had her lines, and it sort of felt like she got a bit more rattled as she was trying to deliver them, and there was a bit more emotion that was coming from Tiffany. And the way I would describe it is it felt like Tiffany was colouring in the lines. She was doing it as it should be done. And it was like Charlotte was being a bit of a disruptor, and she was at times colouring outside of the lines. And there was a conversation earlier that it was like, but should Charlotte be doing that? Shouldn't she be helping the young talent? And it was a really good point because in one respect, yes, Charlotte shouldn't really be putting the young talent through such a challenge, if you will. But equally, Charlotte is not here to just be the veteran that is going to hold the hand of the young talent, right? She's here to be a competitor. She's here to be like, okay, if you're the next in line, if you're the person that could be the person that replaces me, show me why. And I kind of felt like Charlotte did enough to make sure that it didn't go off the track. She didn't disrupt it enough to the point where it got to that. But equally, I don't think she was holding her hand through that. I think that was a little bit of baptism of fire there for Tiffany. And Tiffany did okay. She did not, drown. But equally, I think she was put a little bit through the ringer there. I could imagine after that segment, Tiffany would be like, oof. Ultimately, I think Tiffany wins at WrestleMania. So I think Charlotte is just putting her through her paces. Just like, if you're going to get the win over me at WrestleMania, you better know I'm going to make you earn it on the road to WrestleMania. That's kind of how I have interpreted that. I felt that Charlotte got the better of that exchange. I thought Tiffany still did okay, though. I don't think there was any problems there. And I don't think there's any, like, real-life issues or anything, but I could see it being a little bit of the veteran putting the rookie through the ringer a little bit. I could see that. I could see it being a case of, like, she's just cutting her short, throwing in the odd line that Tiffany's got to try and, deal with. And I could see something like that. I don't know that that's what happened, but that's how it felt. And that's how it kind of sort of came across. But, no, I found it quite a captivating moment, that actually. I liked it. I'd say it was a highlight of the show, was them going back and forth. I could have watched a bit more of it. I didn't mind it. Brony, shout out to you. Amethyst said, people need to stop complaining about the Roman segment. At least he showed up to work. That is true. That is true. Guys, you got him. What else do you want? I mean, granted, it was only for 5 minutes, but whatever, come on. Yeah, I know. It would have been nice if it was a bit longer. I agree. Do you think Saturday UFC London is the most stacked London card? No. 100% no. They did one a few years ago that was Paddy Pimblett, Meatball Molly, Paul Craig, Tom Aspinall was in the main event. Oh, it was great. Great. One of my favourite ever events, actually, that. That event was so good. Dana started telling people after that if you need to come and see a UFC show, come and see it in London. That crowd is different. And London crowd's great. But, I mean, I think you're seeing how great, like, European crowds are. And that kind of experience that you're seeing in WWE at the moment, where we're in Europe and there's great energy, that was the same in UFC. So they went to London and it rocked. It was bouncing. So good. And that show from a few years ago, probably like 2022 now, 2023. That's the one that sticks out to my mind. But I do think this is a very good card tomorrow for a fight night. Certainly considering it's but that was a fight night as well, actually. I'm confused. Fans were mad because Jay was getting pushed and now Jay wasn't getting pushed. And now he's being pushed. The fans are mad. Help me understand, said Lisa. Well, I think not everyone speaks with one voice. So I think the truth is that there was those that were upset that he wasn't being pushed and now he is being pushed and those people are happy. And the people that were never really bothered about him, now that he's being pushed, those people are frustrated because they were never really on board. I think the truth of the matter is, on social media, which is where I'm thinking you've read this or seen this, normally it's the complaints that rise to the top. It's normally the hot takes and the complaints that get the most interactions. Because if you say, oh, I really like this, you might get the odd person going, no, I disagree. But to be honest with you, you're probably going to get a lot more interactions if you go, this person is garbage, this person sucks, or why aren't they doing more with it? Anything that's a bit moany, a bit complainy, probably stands a better chance of getting attention. And so this is why on X you're always going to see a lot of negativity, because I think it tends to perform better than positivity. And so I think you will have seen a lot of people complaining that Jay deserved better. And now that Jay has got better, I think you're now seeing a lot of people saying this sucks. You shouldn't get that. For a long time now, people have said that Jay's in-ring is not good enough. I don't think there's too many people that were saying he deserves better and now he's getting pushed. They've now changed their mind. I don't think there's too many people that have done that. I just think it's probably more true that people are complaining about it because they never really wanted it and their comments are being seen a lot more. So my feeling on it is I like Jay. I think he serves a purpose. I think that purpose is to entertain the kids. I think he is the kids' hero. I think he is maybe the Ultimate Warrior. I think he is someone that the adults will look at and go, that's not really for me. But I think the kids look at and go, that's my guy. And so for me, Jay winning the Rumble is for the kids. And Jay getting world title shot is for the kids. This is their guy. They love the yeeting. They love the hand gesture. They love the merch. And listen, I like Jay. He's a good bloke who is come out of the bloodline, been around Roman. Usos are one of the greatest tag teams we've ever seen. I like Jay, but I'm not crazy about his solo run. I don't mind Yeet, and I don't mind that, but the entrances are very OTT. They go on too long, and, I've kind of seen it, done it, fine. But yeah, when the bell rings, the match quality's not there, is it? Which is not a massive problem because there's plenty of people where the match quality isn't there when the bell rings. But that's why I'm not like crazy about him. It's why it's not like my favorite wrestler. But for a lot of the kids that don't give a flip about match quality, they ain't scoring stuff by star ratings. That's their guy. That's their guy. And I get it. Do you know what I mean? I bet there was a lot of people that looked at Doink the Clown and were like, what the flip is this? Could you imagine being an adult in 92, 93, when Doink arrives and you've been watching Bob Backlund, Bruno Sammartino, Andre the Giant, and now here's a flipping clown running around that you're meant to find entertaining? Like, I would imagine there was a lot of adults at that time that were like, what the flip is this? But the kids, I mean, Doink is flipping beloved. People love Doink. People love Doink. And that's because most of us were kids when he was around and we loved him. But a lot of the adults didn't get it. Same with Ultimate Warrior. A lot of the adults were like, this guy can't work. This guy can't wrestle. But a lot of the kids just saw the colours, the tassels, the shaking of the ropes, the running down to the ring. Warriors! Warriors! I feel like Jay's just in that group. I feel like there's going to be adults that like him. I'm not saying that it's all kids. I'm just saying predominantly. Majority will probably be kids that just love the yeet and the fun and all that kind of stuff. As you get older, you become a boomer and you don't love fun as much. Don't love fun as much. But I hate that WWE do target kids so much, but I get why they do it. Brody said, I'm kind of over Jay's entrance. It takes about 10 minutes, but I do understand the kids love it. It's just not my cup of tea. It's repetitive. Yeah, I sort of feel that way, but I don't have like this. There's a lot of people that really don't like it. I don't have that. I can watch it and it's fine. I can watch a Jay match and it's fine. I'll watch him against Gunther. It'll be fine. And if he wins the title, I'll be pleased for him, but I won't be doing cartwheels around the room. It ain't going to hit me like when Cody won the title or when Kofi won the title or when Daniel Bryan won the title. This isn't something that I'm dreaming is going to happen. If it didn't happen, I'd be fine with it. But there's kids out there that are desperate for Jay to get that title, aren't they? So I sort of feel like, yeah, it's fine. It's for them. Aseeb said, what have you enjoyed most this WrestleMania season? That's a really, really good question because I might struggle a little bit with it because what has really jumped out? I mean, the most shocking thing is the Cena turn. I just got a few reservations about the Cena turn. So I suppose I'm enjoying watching that play out because it's big and everyone's talking about it and it's the main event and it, you know, it's going to be interesting to see that continuing to build and we should get The Rock soon. So, I mean, I would say that, but I don't feel like we've got started with any. I mean, I know we've got Roman, Seth, and Punk, and they've just brawled, but it was very, very short, and not a great deal was said. So, anyone else? And I really hate what I'm about to say, and I do need to run away soon, because otherwise Unseen will just never get done. But anyone else sort of feel like WrestleMania season is going to really start once we get off this European tour? Anyone else feel that? Anyone else feel that? I sort of feel like we're just, once we get off this European tour, then it's going to really start. Then we're cooking. We've got, I don't know when it's, I think we got like 3 weeks or something. I sort of feel like we waited for Elimination Chamber and we got the big turn and Triple H came out and went, does it feel like WrestleMania season now? And everyone was like, yeah, but you should have done this a month ago. Because February didn't. And now we've gone on this European tour, and you know, it's been all right. I mean, the only thing I'd say is the reviews of Raw on Monday was the Cena thing should have closed the show because nothing was able to get even remotely close to the Cena segment at the start. So I'm looking at Raw going, brilliant with the Cena segment, but then it really sort of dropped away. And I'm looking at this show going, I don't know, if someone was to like, what do I need to check out from SmackDown? What do you say? The final 5 minutes. I actually made the joke earlier. I was like, when we watch the second one, I might just have a little nap. And then when it gets to the final 5 minutes, I'll turn it on then. Because honestly, I feel like as long as you was aware of what happened between Roman and Punk and everything, there wasn't really loads that was essential you needed to watch here. And this is WrestleMania season. This is where the shows should be unmissable. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to tell you what I'm saying, just being honest. But once we get off this European tour, it's going to be sick. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so, I'm here for it. Nico said, I've sent you some pictures of my wrestling figures set up when I was younger. If you want to check it out on the old Smackdown Tron. And actually, where did you send them? But did you send them over to X? Because I'll tell you now, we've already had people sending stuff to Facebook and Instagram, and it ain't happening. I very rarely venture over to those worlds. And by very rarely, I don't ever. Where did you send them, Nico? I tagged you on X. Okay. I will keep an eye out for those. I'm a little bit behind on X because I've been doing these 2 streams, so. A. Jobson said, I watched the 8 p.m. SmackDown for a change with you lot. Well, I hope it worked, but I hope you enjoyed it. And Core Mega said, being USA, it makes it worth a boring show with tons of commercials. I legit wouldn't watch if I didn't record it. Great crowd, though, said Felix. Take said 8, but with Nipplegate, 825. A little bit of a fan said, this year's Mania keeps being compared to last year, and that is what's wrong. That is true. That is very, very true. You make a very, very good point. You can't compare to last year. That was WrestleMania 40. WrestleMania 10, WrestleMania 20, WrestleMania 30, WrestleMania 40. They were all special because they were anniversary WrestleManias. This is WrestleMania 41. So compare it to the build to WrestleMania 38. Go back, watch the build for WrestleMania 38, and then compare it to this. Because that's probably a lot more realistic. 39's a bit of an exception because that's Cody trying to finish his story. And that's, do you know what I mean? We delayed it a year to make 40 even bigger. So 39's probably a little exception. But yeah, you make a really good point. Trying to compare to 40 is probably not wise. King Yeti said, thanks again. I appreciate you, Dave. No, King Yeti, thank you, my friends. Thank you. Jesse said, I watched both streams. Oh, Jesse, look at you. Jesse, even I wasn't here for both streams, so that's amazing. So yeah, King Yeti shouts you. Actually, I need to just double check that we are up to speed with everything. We are. My God. Right, I'm going to run away. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate the support. I'm going to work on Unseen. I'm going to work on an opinions video. I'm going to go to bed so that I can then get up so that we can do UFC, which is early tomorrow because it's in London. So we will be back doing that tomorrow. But yes, thanks a lot for joining us. I hope you got something out of this. And for everyone that fired in super chats and everything, so appreciated. As we said, keeps the lights on. And yeah, really appreciate it. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.